Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is a work session for the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Today is Monday, March 29th. I see we have a quorum. We shall begin. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, Senate Chair of the committee. The purpose of this meeting is not a public hearing, it is a work session. And it's for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for the members to consider the legislative proposals before us today. These are bills that we have already had a public hearing, and we'll probably be voting on some. Some might require more information, and they will be tabled or moved, or they will fail, either one. So what I will do now is recognize the members and have them introduce themselves. I'll begin with co-chair Representative Charlotte Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren. I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner.
Thank you. And I'll begin at the top. I see here is, Senator Searway.
Good morning. Nice windy day. So anyway, I'm Senator Scott Searway. I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. I will recognize Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
Yes, I'm sorry for my, it'll be a little odd participation. My computer has died again, so I'm on an iPad. I'm Lois Reckett from District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. I'm Dan Costain, District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Sharp.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Braden Sharp. I represent District 46, which is Durham, North Yarmouth, and part of Pownell.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Hi, I'm Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. I am at the Capitol. And again, I just want to say that we are doing such a disservice to our constituents by not all being present and working together. Thank you.
We are together, I guess, but Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Representative Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Minot, and Wayne.
Thank you. And Representative Lookner.
Morning, Grayson Lookner, District 37, part of Portland, Naces Corner, Rosemont, Strawwater, and Libbytown.
Good, thank you. I will then, I'm trying to find my paper here. We also have, as always, our policy analyst, Jane Overton, and our committee clerk, Deb Fahey. Welcome and thank you. Thank you for the hard work. So today we will begin with the list that is published, or it was on the legislative page. And the work session will begin with LD 438, and that is an act to increase public safety by adding a position to the computer crimes unit of the Maine State Police. So I will turn it over to our analyst, Ms. Overton, who will remind us of some of that testimony that we heard. And she has submitted a legal analyst, policy and legal analyst analysis, I should say. Thank you, Jane.
And thank you, Senator. Is there anybody in, do we have a waiting room who needs to be admitted?
Is, well, the sponsor, Senator Diamond, if we have questions of him. Representative Warren, is there anybody specific that should be here? I haven't looked at the list here.
I'm just opening it as well. I would say the same thing, that if you're here, oh, actually, there's a whole bunch. Yeah, if Senator Diamond is here and wants to come over, certainly. And then as we need people, how about we bring them over? Does that make sense?
Yeah, if we have any questions, yes.
Because we
Senator
probably are
Diamond
going
is
to.
not in the waiting room.
Thank you. Jane, while I'm talking, can I also ask that in the future, these analyses are great. In addition to posting them on the committee materials, could you continue to also email them to us?
Yes, I was late I mailed them to you last night, but I apologize, it wasn't earlier than that.
Oh, did you attach them to an email? I thought you just told us where to find them. Okay, my mistake.
I'm not sure. I thought I
Anyway,
attached them.
regardless of everything, could you in the future attach all, that would be great. And I may have missed it. It was hard to find them on the committee materials this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jane, can I ask you a question, or chairs, can I ask a question of how to find the committee materials? Okay. Jane, when I go on to when I click on committee materials, it's only by LD, it's not by day, right?
Correct. So yeah, if you click it by LD, then there will be something that says materials. And I think if you go under materials, bill analysis will be there.
Thank you.
And what happened to me, Jane, is that every time I tried to open a new bill analysis, I continued to only get LD 438. But I think Grayson figured out how to fix that for himself. So I'm going to ask him how to fix it.
One moment. I did this yesterday and I know what you're all saying. So I ended up calling Jane last night and walked it through. You have to go back and click on your next bill. And Victoria, when you click on analysis, there's that little blue box next to it. That's what you click on. That will show up. I saw analysis and I clicked on, the analysis thing. I have Deb Fahey.
One further option is if you go to on the committee page on the schedule. And so, for example, if you look at today, it says work session. There's a little blue document next to the left of work session. If you click on that, will take you to the testimony for all of the bills for that day. So I don't know about the analysis, but the testimony is all there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. So we're ready, Jane?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had difficulty with that too. I think we'll get better. Like maybe just in the course of today, we'll get better at that.
I agree.
Do you want to screen share on the bill analysis on 438?
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that showing up?
Not yet.
Okay. Does that show up?
No,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Here we go. We got it? Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. So this is LD 438, an act to increase public safety by adding a position to the computer crimes unit of the Maine State Police. The bill provides funding from the highway fund for one computer forensic analyst position. When the sponsor talked to you, that is Senator Diamond, he testified in favor of the bill. He also said that it needed to be amended to provide the funding from the general fund and also to have as many positions as the committee wished to add. Lieutenant Scott Ireland, he actually is here in the waiting room, Deb, but he testified with regard for the bill, neither for nor against, and he provided written testimony. He spoke of the number of cyber tips or referrals that they get. And he said that in order to be totally free of the cyber tip backlog, they would need to have one police sergeant, 6 police detectives, 1 planning and research associate. And he also said that these additional personnel would increase the work of the forensic analysts. And he mentioned the need for proactive preventative work with children through the schools. Michael Kabidi for the ACLU provided written testimony against the bill, citing the need to divest from law enforcement and invest in alternatives to keep our communities safe and help them thrive. Matt Marks from the Associated General Contractors spoke opposing highway fund as the source of the funds. He did acknowledge the dangers to businesses of cyber attacks and to businesses. I don't have any additional information for you, so I think really the choices really are for you are whether to add any positions, if so, whether to add investigators, forensic analysts, or other positions, and what fund to identify as the source of the funding. What would you like to do?
Thank you, Ms. Overton. Members, I think there may be some questions, if you do have any, for Lieutenant Ireland, because the only thing I see and I recall from his testimony is the backlog, and to even address that, you would need those 9-10 people that he recommended. I think he was giving us a view of what is backlog and what it takes. The bill is only asking for 1 computer forensic analyst. If anybody has any questions of Lieutenant Ireland.
Senator Searway has his hand up, and Jane, I think we're good with the screen sharing now.
Certainly.
So that, thank you.
What? Okay. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Lieutenant Ireland.
Morning, sir.
I just got a question. I know Commissioner Shaw had said that he was trying to keep things flat funded pretty much, and he didn't express adding any personnel. But I do kind of like the idea of Bill Diamond, bring this forward and then it seemed like that you really need 1 added detective at least. And what was your thought on that?
Yes, Senator, thank you. We certainly understand the department's position as far as trying to keep us flat funded or keep the entire department flat funded. My response was just to the committee for the question as far as what it would take to tackle the backlog. And that's the numbers I proposed to you was to speak to that. And going back to our additional comments that the comparison of an investigator, if they are able to handle 20 investigations per year, adding one person would enable us to hopefully hit that 20 tip mark, just keeping in mind that they all have about 100 in backlog right now per investigator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant Island. One question. Question is, if you were given the choice, you could only have one position. Do you want a detective or do you want a forensic analyst?
If I could have just one position today, I would have to say an investigator detective. It's always a push-pull because we will be creating more work, Representative, and over the weekend or at the end of last week, we also get the news that Portland Police Department is looking to go away from conducting forensic work, so which is going to add, once again, more burden to us because we will be picking up that slack. So being Maine's second largest agency and largest city, if you will, that's going to be a great amount of work coming our way as well. So, but going back to your question, if I had to pick one position today, it would be a detective, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lieutenant. How for the 1 to 20, the caseload, how many hours roughly is that per investigator?
That is, it's a difficult number to put a finger on, ma'am. It's a matter of, depending on how in-depth the investigation is, some of these investigations will require us to go out of state or interview folks out of state, work with federal authorities. But that 20 case mark is pretty much the average as far as what one investigator can handle throughout the year is 20 cases. So that is just about the average by the time you go through all the court procedures, all the investigation leading up to, including grand jury indictments and then follow-ups and executing the search warrants. The average is on a good year about 20 cases per investigator, but it's hard to put an actual number of hours per. One could be a 30 to 40 hour investigation and another one could be 15, just depending on the complexity, if you will.
Okay, so I guess then it's fair to say that just you keep it at 20. No one has more than 20 active cases at one time then. That's like the standard practice.
They all have about 100 open cases right now. 20 is what they can accomplish per year, realistically, but they all have about 100 in queue right now. So they have about 4 years worth of work per investigator right now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you repeat, if you did say it, Mr. Ireland, how many investigators do you have?
We have one state police detective and 3 special agents that are contract positions. So right now we have 4 investigators total.
And they're not necessarily detectives.
They are all detective. One is a state police detective. The others are detectives from their own agency.
That's right.
They contract through us, so they come over as special agents. So right now we have 4 investigators.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Senator Diamond in the queue? Is he going to join us since he was specific in?
Ma'am, I believe he mentioned he had another committee this morning. He had another obligation at the same exact time.
All right, thank you. Representative Pickett, do you still have your hand up? You still do.
Other question.
Okay.
Thank you. Lieutenant Island, I know when you were asked that question in the public hearing, you said 1 state police detective and 3 contracted, but I don't think you were asked this morning, how many analysts do you have right now?
We currently have 8 analysts.
Okay, I wanted to be sure my numbers were right. That's what you said, and I was pretty sure it was. I just wanted to be absolutely sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll follow up with that, Mr. Island. So we pretty much know what investigators do, detectives do. So describe for us what an analyst does and what is involved.
Absolutely. So the analysts, for the most part, the majority of their work at this point consists of working on the internet crimes against children investigations. So they will go, usually have at least one person, one of the analysts accompany us to the execution of a search warrant at a residence or a location where the suspect is located to do some on-scene work there as far as checking the network, seeing what they can get for devices, see what we can get for building blocks in that case. From there, the materials that are seized through the search warrant will come back to our lab, our computer forensic lab here, and they will continue to work those devices. That could consist of a tablet and 2 cell phones. It could sometimes there are 25 devices. So depending on what is there, that's part of that. The other thing that our analysts are responsible for would be conducting investigations or working with our major crimes unit throughout the state. So working homicide investigations. So they get very in-depth as far as working those cases as well. So that takes a great deal of work. Could be anything from working audio recordings to video enhancement to actually working on devices and location information from the computers.
Okay. They're not necessarily, and probably they're not, I don't know, law enforcement officers, are they?
They are not.
They are not. Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant Allen, if you know, if you could give me, well, I'm sure you know, but if you give me just an approximate, compared to the job and compared to the pay range, how does an analyst, is an analyst along pretty well, is it around the same pay range as the detectives, or do they get paid more, do they get paid a little less, or how does that work?
I believe it's a little less representative, and obviously there would be some impacts as far as retirement type issues. They probably, at this point, at least currently, are not under the special retirement plan. I know there has been a proposal for the last couple of years to look at that, to put them in a 25-year retirement. But right now, pay for pay, it is probably a little less than a detective.
So that being said, and I'm not saying we could do this, but let me throw this out hypothetically and see what you would think about it. You have eight analysts. You have you have 4 detectives with the 3 contracted ones. You need another at least 6 investigators. You said you need. When we asked you what would you need to get caught up and whatever, I think you said I had it down as 1 state police sergeant, 7 main state police detectives, and 1 more forensic analyst. That's what I had down. I don't know if that's pretty close or not.
That is very close. The last piece was 1 planning and research. So it was 1 sergeant, 7 detectives.
Oh, I got that one down.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that one down on the bottom. You're absolutely right. So what I'm getting at is, and I don't even know if this would be possible, but if those analyst positions, if we took and cut them in half, or maybe took 2 or however many we took and took those and used that funding to put other funding along with it to fund 2 to 4 more detectives, how would that work with your agency if you had 4, let's just say if you had 4 less analysts, but 4 more detectives, how would that work for you?
I can certainly appreciate the thought that goes into that, but in my opinion, that would be digging one hole to fill another hole. Right now, we just got those additional analysts last year, and we're keeping our head above water right now. We've just over the last couple of weeks created a slight backlog. When I say slight backlog, a handful of cases. So right now they're tackling them as they come in, but it has been because we have not had the number of investigations coming in. So once those investigators are doing the work, we would be flooded with forensic work. So I would hate to. I don't see as how we could do with any less analysts than we do right now, sir, for sure.
Okay, I was just trying to think of which hole you want it to be in. I guess is what the question is, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Anyone else have any questions? If anyone has the answer, Ms. Overton, I should have looked. I think I have Senator Diamond's testimony, how he came to decide, or if he spoke with you, Mr. Ireland, that the forensic analyst position was the one that was most needed. So we're caught between a senator who has a bill asking for one specific and the department saying that the workload does need one more detective. So had he spoken to you since he's written that bill or prior, why he felt the forensic analyst position was needed?
Yes, actually, he spoke to me prior to cloture and asked me what we needed, if anything, or how we were standing as a unit. And at that time, I expressed my concerns with the investigative backlog. And at that time, I worked with my leadership, and we proposed 3 detectives to him at that time, from the way things were looking, to at least soften our blow. And somehow, when it got written up, it came through as a forensic analyst. And in that meantime, I had a conversation, follow up with the senator, and I believe his interest was to revert that over to an investigative side. But I certainly don't want to speak for him.
Okay.
But I know that we have had that conversation that right now our needs are on the investigative side.
Right. Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened to Senator Diamond last time, and he said that he had no problem in changing it over. I think he was pretty adamant. I listened to the commissioner, and he really didn't. He's trying to keep it flat funded. I do think that we should do something, and I just like to make a motion ought to pass as amended and add 1 detective sergeant position and instead of the forensic. And I think that I feel good about doing that. And I know that I know we're gonna have a tight budget, but not maybe right now, but in a year or two. So I think this would be probably the best stable way to go and see how it goes. So
You specified, okay, is there a second to that? Seeing none. Senator Seaway, I just wanted to go over, and Jane Overton had her hand up, so I'd like to call on her, please.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to mention, in his testimony, you asked what he said. In his testimony, he said, the bill as it's written needs to be amended to read more in line with the original intent, i.e. add positions, parentheses, number to be determined by this committee, to the computer crime unit of the Maine State Police through a general fund allocation.
Oh.
So he's specifically asking that it be switched from highway fund to general fund. And then he said the number of positions to be up to the committee. He did not, in that sentence, say whether it would be detectives or analysts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sounds like he opened the door for us, so we're right. So, any thoughts on specifics? There's a couple of things we'll have to decide here. Took it out, he makes a statement to take it out of the general fund for the funding and leave it up to us. Since I'll call on you in a minute, Senator Seaway, or else you still have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it, I said sergeant, I should have said a detective position, just a detective position.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
It will, so a motion could be, since the representative from the department said a detective is most needed, if that's the feeling of the committee or, and thank you, Ms. Overton, for clarifying, even though the senator's not here, I trust he would have said that anyways. I'm sure he did. So I would entertain an motion, if anybody has, given what Ms. Overton just told us. No motion for exactly what the senator was suggesting? Seeing none. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think where I feel a bit stymied is just that I appreciate that one detective doesn't even begin to get us to the backlog. So I'm a bit stymied in what the proper way forward is. So that's why I'm being so quiet. I'm just doing a lot of thinking here this morning.
Mm-hmm. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am in full support of the computer crimes division. I think they do a wonderful job. My only reason why I'm not making a motion is because of the uncertainty of the biennium budget that we're about to pass. And I won't go into detail on that, but it's changed the playing field for us, I believe, as legislators, at least for me. In my opinion, it changes the playing field of the uncertainty of knowing what's going to take place in that biennium budget and whether we're going to be able to be in a position with that budget when it goes through one way or the other, whether we're going to be able to actually absorb and take on new positions and so on and so forth. Because quite frankly, we don't really know much about that budget now at all. If we did, we knew a lot about it in this committee with what we were going through our part of it. But now it's on one page. We don't really know much of anything. So that's my reservation for not, it has nothing to do with not wanting to support the Computer Crimes Task Force. They do a tremendous job. And if we get to that point where we can do something with them, I'm all in. But that's my uncertainty right now and my reservation on this. And I guess I would continue by saying that I'm throwing it out as an idea, not saying it's anything that we need to do, but no, I'll hold that for later. Thank you.
You know, this is not going to be the last bill that has a fiscal note. And it has to jump a lot of hoops before it gets to the AFA. So, you know, to just rely on what it's going to cost, that in itself can translate to almost every bill we're going to be looking at today. So again, without twisting any arms, you voted up, you voted down. You want to table it to confirm with the Senator Diamond, have something in writing, or so. Again, I would entertain a motion to get me vote forward.
Madam Chair, could I have a 5-minute side caucus with my caucus, please?
If it's gonna get us.
5 minute, not second, sorry.
Yes, go right ahead. Do you want me to leave?
Senator, what's your plan on how you'll communicate with us? You'll have to do it from a different room than that one. Oops, I think you're on mute.
I'll take my yeah, I'm gonna be here.
You're fine.
Yeah, they're going out.
Oh, they're going? Okay.
Yeah. I'll lower my volume.
Okay, so let's all meet in the room that we have a link for in our email from Reggie.
Will you open the door when you're ready so we don't come in?
Yes, thank you. Senator Seaway, do you have your hand up for a reason or what?
Yes, I guess I was just gonna clarify the motion I had made. Apparently, that's what was the problem. So I'll
Oh, is
just
that
leave
what
it
they,
up.
okay,
Yeah,
all right.
thank you.
Senator Seaway? Let me ask you, when you said your motion and you misspoke and said a sergeant,
Yeah.
was that from the highway fund or from the
Well,
general
see, that's
fund?
what I was gonna do, make it the general fund. That's what I left out.
Oh, okay, good. All
Yeah.
right. Well,
That's all. So that's why. Yeah,
yep, thank you.
thank you.
We are all on board? Hi, Tissue.
This one's Tank.
Oh, Tank, oh, geez. I gotta find a way to, I can't tell them apart. All right, we have returned. So we had two caucuses, and so we've come back. Let's see if we can come to some compromise here. I would entertain a motion if anyone has one. Oh, Representative Warren, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to table.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. No discussion on the table. We shall have a vote. I'm trying. Ms. Beatty? Yes.
Committee members, please turn your video on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's unanimous with 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Moving right along, and thank you, Mr. Ireland. Next is another easy one. No, LD 536, an act to amend the criminal code. And if Miss Overton is ready, we'll wait for her. I can't hear you. What?
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I just, while you were on break, I sent you the bill analyses on all the forms for today. And I apologize, what I sent you yesterday was the link, not the actual bill analyses. So try to remember to send the actual ones. On some of these bills for today, I have gotten emails just this morning, like between 9 and 10 o'clock. I have forwarded all of those to you. I know it makes it difficult for you, and I understand. I had the same problem. I just want to make sure I don't miss the one that came in on this one. The only one I believe that came in this morning was one second. Yeah, I think the only one that came in this morning was one from Catherine Slattery, the DA in York County. And I can, probably the best thing to do is I just read it to you quickly. What she said was, she said that she would seek the position of the Maine Prosecutors Association on the proposed amendment to section 1609, subsection 1, which is in the bill in part A. And her feedback from District Attorney Collins was, and I believe the way she stated it, these are his words, I concur that non-concurrent sentences should be the default, but a court should have to make specific findings on record if concurrent sentences will be ordered, kind of like they do with mandatory minimum drug sentences. So from the prosecutors, the answer is, I concur that non-concurrent sentences should be the default. So the assumption is usually they would be non-concurrent, which is consecutive, which is actually that there is a mandatory non-concurrent sentence in subsection 1 of the bill, but in subsection 2, it's discretionary. So I don't think it, and it doesn't line up with the Clack amendment from last year, which was discretionary in all circumstances. So the bill analysis on this one this is the bill that has parts A through E. And
Mr. Overton, can we go to 1609 before you move on again?
yeah, how about would you like me to bring up the bill analysis form because that's got the
Yes.
bill? Okay. Does that show up?
No.
Now, does it show up?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got it. I'll bring you down to part A, which is the authority of the judge to order a concurrent or non-concurrent sentence. And the proposal, this is the amendment from the committee from last year on 1609 or 1609A, depending if you repeal and replace or what you do. And so you have the bill in front of you. You have the 2 subsections, 1 mandatory non-concurrent for someone who is convicted of a crime committed while they're serving a prison sentence,
Yeah.
and 1 discretionary non-concurrent or concurrent for crimes committed during a stay of execution.
Yeah.
So that's one option. Another option is the one that's on the screen right now,
Yeah.
which is always discretionary when a person is convicted of a crime committed either while they're serving or while they're on a stay of execution.
This is what I want a clarification on. The operative words, there's a lot of operative words in mandatory non-concurrent. 1, these are for split sentences. You can always do a consecutive sentence to a flat sentence. So if someone is serving a 5-year sentence at the Maine State Prison, that's what number 1 is talking about, being incarcerated, and commits a serious crime, be it assault, trafficking in drugs, the judge can also give a consecutive sentence. The problem comes when someone is serving a split sentence and commits the same crime a consecutive sentence cannot, that's what they mean by non-concurrent. You can't add into a split sentence. So the mandatory would be, if you look at line 10, the key word is told. So let's say two people both commit the same crime, an assault, let's say. The person with the flat sentence, the judge can add 2 years to that, a consecutive sentence. The other one that's got a split sentence commits the same crime, you can't put in a consecutive sentence. So what happens, and this is current statute, is the guy has 5 years, all but 2, probation 3. The judge, after the act is done and is found guilty of a serious crime, the judge can order that that split sentence be told, stop, add 2 years, which is what the other guy would have gotten, add 2 years, complete that sentence, and then he continues his split sentence. So that's the difference. If you didn't have that, then people with split sentences could commit crimes knowing they can't get a consecutive sentence. But it is done. Discretionary comes into, now I'm not the total authority on this, so if you find holes in my presentation, I hope I'm presenting this right. Discretionary occurs when, and I'm going to use an example. Someone is found guilty of embezzlement. It's not a crime against a person, and is given a sentence, which is a split sentence or whatever sentence. Let's say it's a split one. And his attorney requests a stay of execution. Now, this gentleman knows he's going to jail, gets a stay of execution to take care of his terminally ill mother. Who knows why? And during that stay of execution, commits a crime, either an OUI, maybe his first OUI, or an assault. The discretionary comes in with what the judge would do with that, because that sentence is not in the jail, it's in the community. It is still in the realm of a judge making a decision. So that's the difference between discretionary and non-concurrent. Think about what it's like in a prison managing. If someone has a split sentence and you cannot add consecutive, the mandatory is that you stop the sentence. So that, because you can't give a consecutive sentence. I'll tell you, I hate to tell these stories, but I was there when the first one came in. And we're talking 20, 25 years ago. The person had a split sentence. He went to court. All of a sudden, it says he has a 2-year consecutive sentence. You know what happened in that case? Because his attorney won that argument. So the inmate served his sentence, got out on probation, finished his sentence on probation, and had to come back and finish and start over a consecutive sentence. So what happened and what this talks about is exactly what is happening now. The split stops. So that's so they don't make it consecutive to a split. If I'm wrong, but those are the operative words. They're two different situations. What do you do if he's incarcerated? What do you do if he's in a stay of execution? And forgive me if I say he, I should say they, or whatever. So what we have on 1609, number 1 is currently there. The discretionary is discretionary to the judge themselves. They might not even give him more time if it's whatever the circumstances are of what occurred in the stay of execution. And when
Senator,
they're in prison, I just want to finish. When they are in prison, the crimes that go to court aren't just frivolous crimes. That's handled by the disciplinary board inside the prison. The few crimes that go to court while they're incarcerated are the very serious drug trafficking or criminal assaults. Very serious criminal assaults would be going to court. I'm sorry, now Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question about, I think just in general, I'm opposed to mandatory sentence requirements. And I'd rather have the judges make those discretions because as you just told in a couple stories, all these cases are so nuanced and so different. And so I'd like to have the attorneys make that case, prosecution make their case, judges make that decision. And I'm wondering, I guess this is a question for Jane. The email from the district attorney, what was she saying that the MPA is she aligned with the defense attorneys and the ACLU on this one, or in terms of wanting discretion for the judges, or were they not wanting discretion for the judges in this bill?
Well, the sentence reads, I concur that non-concurrent sentences should be the default, but a court should have to make specific findings on the record if concurrent sentences will be ordered. So I guess if that's a default, that means there is discretion to go in the other direction, but it needs specific findings on the record if making the sentence non-concurrent is default. So if making it concurrent, then you would have to make a finding on the record. So I'm guessing that is not in line with what the ACLU wants or with what CLAC has proposed.
But it seems like they don't want it to be mandatory. They don't want
it seems like they are endorsing the non-mandatory aspect.
Okay. Yeah. So more towards more discretion. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that means then that MACTL, ACLU, CLAC, and almost all of MPA are in favor of this discretionary sentence that came out of the Criminal Justice Committee last year as an amendment, which gives judges more discretion.
I'm sorry, you asking me a question, or I think maybe you're talking to the committee.
No, I was asking you if I'm right. Sorry, let me say that again. So the way I'm understanding what we got this morning from DA Slattery, what we heard from John Pelletier from CLAC when he testified on this bill, and what we have written from others, is that ACLU, CLAC, MACTL, and Maine prosecutors, although not as strongly because of this wording that they want it to be in a finding, they're all supporting the idea of that the judges should have discretion in both of these sentencing types of this section, which aligns with what the committee voted on as the majority report last session.
I don't mean to be difficult. I didn't, what I wrote down from MACDL and ACLU this year was that they opposed Part A. And
It's because, sorry.
so if you're saying what they favor is discretionary sentence, that is consistent with what I wrote down. I just didn't write down that much. Okay.
Okay, let me try this then. The way I'm understanding is that when CLAC originally put the bill in, they did not include into their language the language that the criminal justice majority report on a similar bill last year was this discretionary language. When Mr. Pelletier came to the committee, he shared with us, my memory says, he shared with us that now the majority of CLAC actually supports amending this current bill to go back to the amendment that the Criminal Justice Committee had last year of the discretionary sentence, which is then puts them in alignment with MACDL and ACLU, and then with what Catherine Slattery, DA Slattery, excuse me, wrote to us, says they're also asking for judicial discretion, but they'd like to have it written down.
Well, yes, although the DAs are suggesting a default in one direction as opposed to pure discretion.
Can you say a little more about that? A default in one direction as opposed to pure discretion. Can you tell me what that means?
Well, the DAs wrote, I concur that non-concurrent sentences, that's consecutive, should be the default, with a court making findings if they are ordering a concurrent sentence. So the prosecutors are asking not just discretion, but discretion in which the default position is a consecutive sentence.
It's really interesting to me because so that just says they have discretion, but the default would be this other thing, but they can say it doesn't have to be that thing.
Right. But
so aren't they saying
you could decide you want discretion and not set a default.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed. Thank you.
I'm going to just, okay. Excuse me, I have Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers statement, and they said they opposed LD 536 except for the Part C and Part D of the bill. So I kind of leaning towards that myself. I think that the Part D, C and D seem to make sense to me, but the others kind of sketchy on back and forth. So I'd feel more comfortable with the C and D part.
Jane, I'm going to ask you something. I want to. The original bill has 1609-1 and 1609-2, correct?
Yes.
Now, what I'm looking at your analysis here, it says, oh, wait a minute, that's section 3. It's 1609-A.
Yes.
So explain that to me.
Well, when that was written last year, the decision was made to just repeal 1609 and repeal it and replace it with a 1609A. When the bill was written this year, it was just the editing choice was to repeal 1609 and replace it immediately with a new 1609. There's no difference. The number doesn't make any difference, but the choices are different. Because the one that has a 1 and a subsection 1 and a subsection 2 in this year's bill, that includes a non-concurrent and a concurrent options for different sets of circumstances. And the one from last year, 1609, is just always discretionary.
Mm-hmm.
Senator, you have a few hands up.
Oh, excuse me. I thank you. I was thinking here. This one. Victoria Morales, Representative Morales, followed by Representative Warren. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Senator Searway for pointing out the provisions of the MACDIL, because I wanted to ask the question about Part D of the bill around the Good Samaritan law, because I believe we got an email from John Pelletier wanting to clarify that, and I don't know if he's waiting to do so.
Yes, if he's available, I'd like to call him in.
He's coming into the room.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Pelletier. You probably had an earful. Miss, oh, I keep calling you Miss, I'm sorry. Representative Morales, you had a specific question for Mr. Pelletier or not?
Yes, he had sent an email to clarify the position around the Good Samaritan law, and that, so I just wanted to ask him to do that now.
Yes, thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Morales. I actually, I'm feeling quite sheepish about this because this provision has, it's been submitted to the legislature a couple times, and until thinking about it after last session, particularly in response to a question from Representative Warren, I completely misunderstood the import of this bill. And I gave the committee erroneous information, and I pride myself on not doing that. And as I apologize for the mistake. What Part D actually does is, in existing law, it says that if you meet the other criteria of the bill and you call medical assistance through an overdose situation, that you can't be arrested or prosecuted for a variety of drug-related crimes, and you cannot be, this is existing law, prosecuted for a violation of probation. What the amendment would do is it would say, with respect to violations of probation, that you cannot be prosecuted for a violation of probation that relates to drug crimes. That's, but you could be subject to a violation of probation if the violation was not a drug crime. So, for example, you're on probation and it says you're not to possess drugs and you're not to possess firearms. And the police come to a scene where you call medical assistance and you're within the statute, and they find you, the person on probation, with possessing drugs, because there's drugs around and you're in possession of them, and you have a firearm on you. Under current law, they could not violate your probation for possession of the firearm, because possession of the firearm is not a violation based on one of these drug crimes. Under current law, they can't violate your probation for any reason. What the amendment would do is it would tie that immunity from probation revocation to the drug crimes that are listed in the current section, 1107A, 1108, and 1111, which I believe are the possession and trafficking, furnishing and trafficking charges. So I said last time that what the amendment did, the proposed amendment did, is it broadens the immunity. And I was mistaken about that. What it does is it narrows the immunity with respect to probation violations to make it the same as with respect to new crimes. What you have immunity for are the crimes set forth in 1107A, 1108, 1111, and 1111A. And if this were passed, if the amendment were passed, you would only have immunity for probation violations based on those crimes. Right now, as the statute is written, you would have immunity for a probation violation based on any reason that violated your probation. So it actually narrows it slightly. And okay, so I'm done.
Are you all set, Representative Morales?
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Does that change Clark's position on, or did you not discuss this issue?
Well, the discussion was quite some time ago, and I'm not confident. I don't have a memory of having a different idea about this bill, and so I'm really not confident of the nature of that discussion. I know that from the start, I have been misinterpreting this provision. So I think that's the most I can tell you. I do know that the origin of the bill was a recommendation by the Department of Corrections. And what the bill does is it brings in line the immunity from probation violations into line with the immunity from new crimes. But for some reason, I did not understand that from the get-go.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. That's Mr. Pelletier. That's helpful. I have a few thoughts, as I'm sure folks might imagine. I'd like to hear from DOC as to why this was proposed. What's the purpose in now narrowing the immunity of the Good Samaritan? We call it Good Samaritan. I know you guys refer to it as Safe Harbor bill that we passed in this committee. Why is the DOC asking? So is somebody from I see Anna is here, Ms. Black. Can she answer the question, or can someone else? What's the purpose? Deb, oh, thank you.
Hi, Representative. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the question was, so you'll just please repeat it.
Good morning, Ms. Black. I'm sure it's not just me that has the question. I'm asking on behalf of the committee. It seems that Section D, or Part D of the bill that we're looking at, 536, was requested by the DOC, and it narrows the immunity of the Good Samaritan bill, or Safe Harbor law, that this committee passed last session. And in order for us to get an understanding of the purpose of this. I'm just wondering, why was that request put in to CLAC?
I am not sure. I'll have to go back and check because my understanding was we were in support of 536 as it was. So let me go back and look through what we have on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so my next question, Mr. Pelletier, I think I understand what the provision is asking. But it sounds like there's some, we're not really sure if CLAC actually even supports this portion of the bill, which I think is important for us to know certainly before we consider it, because as you and I have discussed, folks who are going to be voting on these proposals, including the chief executive, she won't be voting, but she has veto power, takes recommendations of CLAC very highly. So I think it's really important that we know that. I also am feeling a little confused, not that it's anybody's fault other than mine. Please don't take it that way. I'm really still struggling with section A1. There's a lot happening there. I'm wondering if we could request, and you can say no, but if it might help us, if CLAC sort of went back together and reformulated this bill a little bit, you know, changing it to where you guys actually are now on section A1, so that it isn't like it's this, but it's an amendment, but it was the amendment from last year. Maybe it's only confusing for me, but it is confusing for me. And I am the one who will have to talk about it a lot. And secondly, so that this section D, before this committee moves any further on it, we have a real sense of where you all are coming from on it. Is that helpful, or am I asking for something unreasonable?
No, that's not unreasonable at all. With respect to Part A, the ultimate conclusion that I described at the hearing actually came about as part of a discussion of another bill. There was another bill that is a straight repeal of 1609. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be very helpful, and we meet on Friday. It would be very helpful to have squarely posed the question that you have posed with respect to 1609 and what the ultimate recommendation is with respect to this bill, and to revisit Part D, because you know, I may be the only one who misunderstood it, but as I sit here, I can't tell you. So we'd be glad to revisit those two portions of this bill on Friday and get back to you.
Thank you very much for that.
Is there an official, if no one has any other specific questions? Well, maybe we should zero in if anybody had questions or concerns about any other parts of that bill. So when CLAC brings it up, they can clarify that if we're confused. So I would ask you to take a quick look of your notes probably on that bill. The how come kind of questions you have. And at the same time, Ms. Black, I would, since my name is on the bill, follow up with you if we can get a clarification on Part D. So you've got time to, we'll discuss that.
Sure, yep.
Okay. And whatever you come up as a department for a recommendation, if it's the same, then CLAC will pick that up again.
We'll communicate with John Pelletier as well.
Great, that's it. Thank you. I'll hear it Friday. Anyone else, any other questions that you, Jane Overton?
I would just point out, when you have time to look through the bill analysis, you had asked some questions. You don't need to do it now. But you had asked some questions about the amounts of money that were turned over as unclaimed restitution funds. And there is information in there from the prosecutors and from the Department of Corrections, because they operate under two different systems, and the intent of the bill is to bring them into one system. So the amounts are in there from them. And also you asked for information on the prediction of high-risk sex offenders. And in Part E, there's a fair amount of information there from Dr. Deborah Bader, the clinical director in the Office of Behavioral Health in DHHS. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that they had responded to your questions.
Good. I'm looking forward to that discussion because I did not understand that part. So, Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jane. You reminded me I did want to follow up about the restitution piece. I don't know if any of you saw the recent reporting. I think you did. I'm sorry, there's a fire truck going by. The recent reporting around the children of incarcerated folks and the impact on them when they have their family member in prison. And I was wondering, and maybe this is a question for Henry Beck, for our treasurer, but Department of Corrections. But could we have a process too, which allowed, instead of that money going unclaimed to the state, that it could go to the children of those incarcerated? And I don't know what that process could look like, but I'm interested in finding that out.
Ms. Overton?
I'd be happy to ask, the treasurer is Henry Beck, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy to ask him for that information. We might also ask him for information on when the treasurer gets money into the unclaimed property fund, they then advertise and try to find the person. We could ask how often that person is actually found, because it's not just straight into the general fund. Some people, in fact, get their money because the treasurer finds the true owner.
Could I follow up to that, Senator?
Yes.
My thinking on it is that it wouldn't go to the treasurer, but it would stay with the department because they know who the families are and they have the connections to the families. So rather than have it sent to another agency to then try and track down, and they'd probably ask the Department of Corrections, who are they and where do we find them?
Well, can I just, if you could do that, I mean, you could redirect the money, but then is there any reason to get into a conversation with the treasurer? What do I need from him?
Right, maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe it's purely with the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
Are we not talking about restitution that is really earmarked to the victims?
Right, but it's unclaimed, right? So what do we do with unclaimed?
Because of where it's going. It's going to the courts, I believe. Mr. Pelletier?
Thank you, Senator. I think I'd like to know, but I know that my impression is that unclaimed funds never go to the general fund. They remain unclaimed property until someone claims them. I don't know that it ever goes to the general fund.
Mr. Pelletier, I think we'll get an answer to that because we want to ask that. One of our members said that it eventually ends up in general fund.
Okay.
Our question, if that is true, it would have to be asked of Mr. Beckett, our treasurer. Is that in fact true? And is that in 5 years, 10 years, or what? bottom line is every effort has to be made for the victim to be found. And I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, I just want to raise the question because I know that that's my impression.
Yeah. Ms. Morales, Representative Morales, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. No, and I feel like we did get some data on the numbers, but I may be wrong about that. Did we receive any data going back in terms of how much we're talking about going back the last 5 years?
I think there is some information from the last 2 years that was in, I think, in the analysis. I read it in the last 24 hours, so it's likely been there. I was the one that brought up the issue of the money returning to the general fund. And I said that because on judiciary this year, we've been dealing with the unclaimed property statutes and how long it is the money will be held before it is rolled to the general fund. And I don't remember the specific details. I just remember that that happens. So I think it would be very useful to bring Treasurer Beck into this conversation, not only to clarify that, but also to determine whether or not he has any advice on how it is you go about finding people. I mean, the unclaimed property is a yearly piece of advertising that gets done. And I think that he might have some advice on what kind of process that DOC might do in a more effective way to find the folks that ought to be getting this money. So I would appreciate someone asking him for those kinds of clarifications. And I don't know whether that's Jane or somebody else, but I mean, I think he will have some good advice for us. And he's really not into, grabbing the money for the general fund. He's just trying to get it to the people it belongs to. So I think he would be empathetic with this process. I'm having trouble trying to figure out how to get my hand down on my.
I have Representative Warren, Anna Black had her hand up. Would you, I can recognize you, or Ms. Black may have your answer to your question.
That was going to be my question, is why doesn't the DOC hold the money and find the family as opposed to send it over?
Find the family of the victim? Yeah, I mean the victim?
Nope. So the question that Representative Morales had was, before it gets sent over to the Treasury, why isn't DOC trying to find the right person to give the money to? I was just trying to see if maybe Ms. Black had an answer to that question. Senator, could we hear from Ms. Black?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Anna Black, please.
Yes, hi, I'm here. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate both the questions. So the Office of Victim Services does try to find the rightful owner of the funds, and we're happy to bring Tessa, who you've met before, Tessa Mosier, back in and talk a little bit more specifically about it. But they do spend quite a bit of time doing their due diligence. Unfortunately, a lot of times money's been sitting there for a while, or victims don't provide contact information, or contact information has gone cold. So they do the very best that they can with the information that they have to get the money. And if the money is not available, if the victim is not available to collect the money for whatever reason, can't find the person, the contacts have run cold, that's when the funds would be treated as abandoned, unclaimed property and sent over to Treasury.
That's helpful. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Anna. Any other questions? Representative Morales.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. And I apologize for not knowing the numbers. Can you give me a ballpark of what the memo said around how much we're looking at? And that's number one. And then number two, I then assume then those victims are also not reachable when victim services is contacting them when folks are being released, right? And I wonder what the percentage is of those that victim services is unable to find for both of those purposes.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. So the memo, so we did send some information to Jane last week. So it's about 64,000 that's gone over to the treasurer in unclaimed property. We have another chunk that needs to get sent. And I'll tell you, and if you haven't seen the information that we sent over to Jane, I can send it again, or maybe Jane can send it again. There is a bit of a time lapse. So I will say that there is some money that needs to be sent to treasurer that hasn't gone over yet, that's still sort of sitting. We can't use it, the DOC doesn't use it, but it's sitting and waiting to be sent over to the treasury. And that's just a matter of staff putting in the paperwork and finishing the information. But to your other question about the percentage of victims who aren't able to be contacted when somebody is being released, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I'll communicate with Tessa this afternoon and get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Overton?
Yes, thank you. That information is in the bill analysis. What this testimony from Anna Black shows, combined with that information, is that the Department of Corrections is already sending that money to the Treasurer of State. That is not what's in the law. What's in the law is that they're supposed to petition the court for distribution of that money. But they are not doing that. They are sending it to the treasurer, which is consistent with what the prosecutors are required to do in the law and are doing. So this issue needs to be addressed somehow to give the department better guidance or clarify in the law so that the department knows what they should do.
Representative Morales, you still have your hand up, or another question? Okay.
I'm sorry, I took my hand down. This is all very helpful. Thank you.
I want a clarification, Anna. Not all victims are notified upon the release of inmates, correct?
That's correct.
The victim goes and gets some order to be notified, or what's the method?
Yeah, you're right, Senator. There is a process, and I don't know the process enough to say it off the top of my head, but yes, there is a process beforehand. Not every victim, not everybody who has a connection to somebody who's being released would have notification or receive notification. Yeah, that's a simple answer.
Yep. Thank you. So we have added more to your plate, Mr. Pelletier. Okay. And we will be making a law next year that CLAC cannot give us a bill that has more than 3 different subjects on it. Okay. So thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Pelletier? Representative Warren?
I don't have a question. If everyone was ready, I was going to make a motion.
Yep, go right ahead, please.
I make a motion to table LD 536.
Second?
Second.
Senator Searway, seconded.
Yeah.
Ms. Fahey?
Would committee members please turn on your video and unmute for a roll call vote? Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Reckitt?
Yes.
Representative Sharp?
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
He stepped out.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Representative Pluker is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 3 absent and 11 yes. No, 10 yes. Sorry.
We lose Mr. Pelletier because we have another clock bill. Second,
He's still here.
he may want to. Representative Renecki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where it is noontime, do you want to take a short break and do lunch before we get into another bill?
Well, we have Mr. Pelletier here and he is involved with this one also. We hope to move right along. So if no one really objects, let's finish that. Thank you, Ms. Renecki. So we will turn it over to, we are now talking about LD 710. Turn that over to Ms. Overton while she's writing her notes from the last bill.
Okay, this is LD 710, an act regarding the Maine Criminal Code. The sponsor of this is Representative Warren. This bill goes through Part F, and there was a Part G offered by Clack at the public hearing. I sent the when you were on break before, I sent you the bill analyses forms on all of the bills. Would you like this one, the screen share, or would you like to just bring it up on your own? I know there are advantages to bringing it up on your own because then you can scroll through it and move around as you wish. Okay, if you decide you'd like screen share, just let me know. Okay. In terms of extra information this morning,
Excuse me,
I got info.
Jane had her hand up. Excuse me. Representative Renecki? Oops, I'm sorry. I thought she had a question. Okay,
Jane,
I'm sorry.
before you start, could you walk us through, before we go into extra information or anything like that, could you please walk us through your summary of what the bill does, sort of to give us a foundation first?
Yes. Should I bring up the screen share?
Not necessarily the screen share.
Okay.
I just was hoping that you could walk us through the summary of the
Sure.
bill before we do all the other parts.
Okay, well, there are 2 options for this bill. This bill is, like all the Clack bills, contains a lot of different issues. So when I was writing it up, I wrote up the traditional bill analysis that has sort of everything in it. And then I made a sort of short form, kind of the long form for doing your taxes and the short form. And the short form is called, it's the page is entitled Policy Decisions Presented by LD 710. And it's a 1-sentence policy decision on whether to do something that goes with each part of the bill. Would that be helpful to you, or would you rather go through the long form? Should we try the short form and see how it works?
Yeah, I read this last night. This is a good synopsis. If you want.
Okay. Well, let's go through the short form then. Oh, there's a hand.
I'm looking at what's on the committee webpage. Could you maybe screen share the short form?
If you scroll through that, it's at the end.
Oh.
Try it and tell me.
I think it's page 4.
Policy decisions presented by LD 710.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so the short form is, part A is about whether to create a Class C crime of endangering the welfare of a child by endangering the health, safety, or welfare of the child by recklessly violating a duty of care or protection, resulting in death or serious bodily injury to the child. That's the policy question. Okay, a new endangering the welfare of the child, which would be Class C, for recklessly violating a duty of care, resulting in death or serious bodily injury. Okay? Okay, part B is whether to amend the crimes of gross sexual assault of a victim under age 14 and gross sexual assault of a victim under age 12 to require that the actor be at least 3 years older than the victim. Because you remember from testimony, currently the actor can in fact be the same age as the victim or younger. Okay. The policy question in part C is whether to amend the laws prohibiting certain persons for owning or possessing firearms to add the criminal code definition of another jurisdiction. And that would provide uniformity and recognize convictions in the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Nation tribal courts as disqualifying domestic violence convictions. In part D, the policy question is whether to clarify that a bail release order must include notice by the judicial officer issuing the release order that the conditions of release take effect immediately and, unless otherwise specified, are enforceable immediately if the defendant is so advised, and that failure to comply may result in revocation of bail and additional penalties. Okay. Part E, the policy decision is whether to specify in counting the days of probation that 1, the day of release from imprisonment counts as a full day, regardless of the time of release. 2, if the court finds a violation of probation, the period of probation is told, that means stopped, on the day of delivery of the summons or filing notice that the person cannot be located or has been arrested. And 3, the period of probation ends when the final day of probation ends. Okay, F, the question is whether to add to the variance of gross sexual assault, unlawful sexual contact, and unlawful sexual touching, that the element of the victim not knowingly or acquiescing to the sexual act, that include, those variants include the element that the victim has not knowingly or impliedly acquiesced to the sexual act, whether to add that the actor knows that the victim has not acquiesced. So those crimes have in it that the victim does not acquiesce, but they do not have in them that the actor knows that the victim has not acquiesced. So the proposal is to add knowingly, the state of mind. And part G, this is the proposal from CLAC. Whether to repeal the requirement in the motor vehicle implied consent law that requires an investigating law enforcement officer in an accident in which a death has occurred, or the officer has probable cause to believe a death will occur, whether to require that the current law requires that the officer administer a blood test to the person as soon as possible. And the CLAC proposal is that that is repealed. The automatic blood test is repealed, and the automatic suspension for repeal, suspension for refusal is a 1-year suspension, whether to repeal that, and then whether in its place to enact a requirement of a chemical test with a 1-year suspension for refusal. So it's the same penalty, but repealing the requirement of the blood test and adding a requirement of a chemical test. And this is important because there was a law court decision that held that that the blood test is unconstitutional because it is a non-consensual blood test without a warrant or probable cause. So does the short form help? Okay.
Does anybody have any questions? Or Mr. Pelletier, would you like to add to what Ms. Overton was saying to clarify?
I thought Jane did great. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you.
Senator, I see Representative Reckitt has her hand up.
Oops. I'm sorry about that. You're right. I don't see that. And I have Representative Reckitt first, followed by Representative Costain.
I think what I'm going to do is try to respond to several things that are totally disconnected from each other, but are in this bill, as someone pointed out. First of all, I'm opposed to Part A for a couple of reasons. One is I'm not wild about creating new crimes. And the second is that I'm very worried about the impact that this change might have on battered women who are trapped in situations where the Department of Human Services or some other entity thinks that they should be able to control the actions of the batterer. And if they can't, then they get convicted of this, of being unable to do that. And that really, I don't want to do that. In terms of Part B, I would yield to Representative Morales, who has a better understanding of the juvenile stuff than I do. Part C, I think, is I think would provide some consistency. I'll go back to it now. It really just provides consistency with the regulations of the Federal Violence Against Women Act for the tribes in that circumstance, because that's where the banning of weapons came from for people who have been adjudicated. So I think that makes absolute sense to be consistent and have the same rules for those who deal with tribal courts and us. And lastly, I think, unless I totally misunderstand, that I think Part D is a really good idea. It's frankly what, at some point in my career, I had a staff person who went to court every day on protective order days so that they could explain to offenders that, in fact, it was taken effect. I mean, to explain to offenders what this bill now would require the judge to do. And I don't know whether anybody's doing that anymore. So I do think it's important that offenders have the opportunity to know what it is that has just been placed on them, the restrictions. So that's I'm opposed to A. I yield on B, and I'm in favor of D and of C and D. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pelletier, I have two questions concerning the implied consent. One is, this new proposal wouldn't apply if somebody had PC, right?
What the bill would do is it repeals the mandatory test in drawing a mandatory test in fatal accidents, which the law court said is unconstitutional. And it puts in the regular implied consent law. The regular implied consent law has suspensions for a first refusal, a second refusal, a third refusal.
Right.
The mandatory section that for fatals that was ruled unconstitutional, it said if you were, see what happens now is if the driver's unconscious, you take it anyway. But if the driver were conscious and refused, you get a 1-year suspension for that under existing law. That's not that part is not unconstitutional. Under the regular implied consent law, the first refusal is 275 days. So when we repealed the mandatory in fatals, we didn't want to lose that extra penalty. So it says if you have PC, that the person is impaired, and PC, that there's a death or going to be a death, then, and the person refuses, then the first refusal is 1 year. The second refusal is 1.5 years, so it doesn't matter either way, whether it's a fatal or not. So we repeal the mandatory testing in fatal cases, but we preserve the 1 year for a first refusal. We put that in the regular implied consent statute because that part is not unconstitutional, and the first refusal in a regular implied consent is shorter than 1 year. So we're preserving that penalty.
Follow up, Senator. So my second question would be, I believe you said that they have to, the law is going to say a chemical test. So it's not chemical and or blood, it's just a chemical test.
Well,
because some people can't take a chemical test. So I hate to rule out the fact that that you can't, if it states just chemical, then we're ruling out the blood test.
What it does is it takes the existing penalty and puts it in the regular implied consent statute. And the regular implied consent statute
says both.
Applies to chemical tests and blood tests. And it says when a blood test can be required and that sort of thing. So we're not changing the law with respect to any of that. We're just grabbing this penalty, which was in an unconstitutional statute, but the penalty wasn't unconstitutional. We're putting in the regular implied consent law. And we're not changing anything about implied consent or testing generally.
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This question's for Mr. Pelletier as well. So in part F, it states in there about midway through, it says the bill requires the state to prove as an element of that crime of gross sexual assault that the defendant engaged in the prohibited conduct knowing that the other person had not expressly or impliedly acquiesced. Could you explain that sentence to me, what that means? Because I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that.
Okay. The law right now says that it's a crime if you engage in sexual act or sexual contact, etc., with a person who has not impliedly, expressly or impliedly acquiesced, which is how Maine describes consent. It's not exactly the same, but that's the formulation that Maine uses. So the act takes place and the other person has not consented, to use shorthand. The law court had a case and they said, as drafted, this statute is defective because the words expressly or impliedly acquiesced mean that the perpetrator, the person charged, they have to be in some way aware of that or recklessly disregard that or criminally negligently disregard that. What the law court said is there needs to be some culpable state of mind on the part of the defendant. So the victim has not, quote unquote, consented, and there needs to be some culpable state of mind on the part of the defendant. The options for culpable state of mind are the defendant knows that the victim has not acquiesced, or the defendant is reckless in not being aware that the defendant has not acquiesced, or the defendant is criminally negligent with respect to whether or not the victim has acquiesced. So the law court said there has to be a culpable state of mind. We're not saying what it is, but the legislature should. And we are recommending the highest culpable state of mind on the part of the defendant, that the defendant knows that the person has not acquiesced, as opposed to the defendant acts recklessly or criminally negligently with respect to whether the victim has acquiesced. So that's what that sentence means, is that it says that where the victim has not acquiesced, our recommendation is that the defendant, to prove the case, you have to prove the defendant knew that. And that comes out of a law court case that says you got to insert it. The legislature needs to insert a culpable state of mind. We'll let them choose. Our recommendation is knowingly, as opposed to recklessly or criminally negligent.
Thank you. Follow up. And John, one more. Going back to the implied consent, I just have a question. You may recall that I had a bill in last session. It was on the administrative hearings and somebody involved in a fatal with administrative hearing and having the amount of time they could have their license suspended and all that. Does this here affect that administrative part of it at all?
No, there is a separate statute that calls for I think it's a 3-year suspension once it's determined, and there needs to be a whole accident investigation, generally takes some time, but once it's determined that the driver is at fault in a fatal, that's unaffected by this.
Okay. And the time of the suspension was dropped from 3 to 1 year, I think.
Perhaps it was. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
I hope it was, because it was my bill. Thank you very much, John.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pelletier, about Part F, I understand now, coming from the law court case, that was really important to know why we're being asked to do this. It seems like the knowing standard is a high standard. I know these cases are difficult to prove. And then when you have to add in the knowing, then that adds an extra burden, I would think, although I have not been a victim's advocate in my life, in my service, but, and I don't see any testimony from any of our victim advocates on domestic violence and sexual assault. You know, I would be thinking about a lesser mens rea standard for these cases, something around reckless, meaning that the actor did not even attempt to get consent or something along those lines. Because knowing is one less than the ultimate, right?
Yeah, although in my mind, intentional and knowing are pretty much the same thing. But there is a significant distinction between knowing and reckless and criminal negligence.
Because you could be under the influence, and that could be the reason why the actor didn't know. And that could be their defense, and that could be the reckless nature of it, yet they'd still committed the assault on the victim, but they could get out of it because of their state of mind being under the influence.
When we discussed it, I think two things. I think the law court case itself took knowing as the highest standard and found that the facts of that case met the knowing standard, and so they affirmed it. They were looking at what there was a judge decided case. There was no instruction to a jury, and they were sort of assuming that the knowing element was present. But again, they said ultimately it's up to the legislature. And on our panel, my recollection of our discussion is that we felt that the law court was saying you need a culpable state of mind, and knowing was the appropriate. It provided appropriate safeguards against false convictions, that the high standard was appropriate, that there was some sentiment that we should have the high standard on that issue.
Sure.
Oh, I just received a message from Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I don't know if she's in the audience or not, but she said that they definitely support a lower standard of proof, as do some of the district attorneys. And I would be in favor of that as well.
I'd like.
Go ahead, sorry. I do have another question about another section.
Okay. I just want to recognize the people that are here. Mr. Pickett, I think is your hand down? You're up, okay. I have Ms. Morales' hand that's still up, Mr. Pickett, Ms. Overton. I also would like to welcome, I believe, Mr. Collins, you are the district attorney for, is it Arista? I'm taking a guess. Go right ahead and tell me. At some point, if you wish to make a comment, I know you're here, so I don't want to distract anybody. Ms. Morales, Jeepers, why? Representative Morales, do we want to stay with that same train of thought or discussion and then come back to that other piece you want?
I'd be happy to do that if folks want to do that. Yeah, then we don't get confused.
And I've got Representative Pickett and Representative Pickett, may I? Oops. May I defer to Ms. Overton to see if she wants to clarify something for us? Jane?
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out that District Attorney Collins is here, and on that same issue, he has told the committee he supports recklessly, so you may want to talk with him.
Yes, thank you. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And that's exactly where I was going, because I didn't know if the district attorney from Riverside County was here. So I will I will let him come on and say his piece on that.
Thank you. We all want to hear from you, Mr. Collins. Do you wish to make some comments on what you've just heard?
I can. I want to say thank you for allowing me to participate in today's hearing via Zoom. I did submit some testimony on behalf of District 8, which is encompasses all of Aroostook County, asking this committee to consider a reckless state of mind for section, I believe it's section F of 710. So when we talk about state of mind or a mens rea component, a intentional or knowing state of mind are generally described as specific intent. And then when you get to a reckless or a criminally negligent state of mind, then you're talking about a general intent. And one of the things that we learn from black letter law is that the voluntary consumption of intoxicants, regardless of what that intoxicant is, whether it's alcohol or recreational drugs or some other form of medication, can impact a specific intent crime. And it does not impact a general intent crime. And so, as Representative Morales indicated, a lot of these cases are very difficult to bring forward. It's difficult for victims to come forward to express the crime that has occurred to them. Some of them don't even understand that a crime has, that they've been a victim of crime until sometimes they talk to a healthcare worker or a mental health person who helps them understand all of the different ways in which Maine statutes can kind of impact the incident that occurred to them. But a lot of the cases that we get in order, just as a initial investigation, involve the consumption of intoxicants, both by the victim and by the perpetrator. And what we don't want to do, or what I don't want to do as a prosecutor, is spend a trial focused on whether or not the perpetrator was too drunk to know beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody did not acquiesce to the sexual act. We think that it's important for, under those circumstances, for the actor to become aware and not recklessly disregard or consciously disregard the circumstances that are around them, and not to avoid accountability because of voluntary intoxication. And that's not to say that they would always be successful in that. But what we don't want to do is get into a trial within a trial on the issue of the defendant's intoxication or level of sobriety. So in essence, because we're asking that it be deemed a general intent offense, reckless, then that is, as a matter of law, irrelevant to the finder of fact.
Thank you. Something else to ponder right now. Representative Morales?
Yeah, I'm all set with this discussion. But if others have other questions for the district attorney or any, I do have another section of bill I want to talk about.
I don't see any other hands raised. One moment. No, you are it. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to Part B of the bill, talking about gross sexual assault, and it's kind of along the same lines that we're talking about state of mind. And you know, I'm really intrigued by, and as you all know, I work very hard on juvenile justice. Around the MACTL amendment, which looks at a child and what's going on in their brain and adolescent stage, and most of these young people that we're talking about have not even gone through puberty yet. And so I'd like to ask Attorney Tina Nedow if she could explain that amendment. I believe she's in the waiting room.
Is he, let's see. Go ahead. Hi there. You want to ask her a question?
Yes, I would like to ask her if she could explain the amendment that was proposed in the written testimony from MACTL.
Thank you. This part of the bill, I actually helped draft as a standalone component in this amended form, 2.5 years ago now. It really did come from a case that I was involved in at the appellate level involving a young boy who was adjudicated of gross sexual assault in this kind of statutory rape framework. So, and the law court basically said, yeah, he was super young, but that's up to the legislature to decide. They hinted in Fulton, and they expressly really announced in Edwards C., which was a very old case, both of which I attached to my testimony last time, that these laws, these setting gross sexual assault class A at the highest level below murder, were intended to protect children and not necessarily criminalize children, but that in the wrong hands or used improperly, these statutes on their face could very clearly prosecute children, and that it was up to the legislature to fix that if they did not intend that going forward. So here we are. The proposal in front of you from CLAC is essentially a compromise policy decision that CLAC came up with. There are statutes that have sexual abuse of a minor, and they have the 5-year difference between the offender and the victim. CLAC somehow landed on 3 years as a compromise and decided not to go forward prohibiting children under the age of 14 to be a protected kind of class in this bill. So by doing what they have in this amendment, they've watered down the original intent. I do not think that it reflects what the law court cautioned in Fulton or in Edwards C., and that is to protect children from being prosecuted simply because they too, even though they're under the age of protection, that they should be the perpetrator as well. So my proposed amendment, the proposed amendment on behalf of MACDL, would include the 3 years older part, and it would also include that a child under the age of 14 could not be prosecuted for these two particular crimes. That is not to say that those children, if it is proven under other parts of the code, could not be prosecuted for other types of sex crimes. This is a strict liability crime. We just talked about that. So it has no mens rea, there's no intentional, there's no knowing, there's no reckless, there's no criminally negligent, there's nothing. It's a strict liability crime. It's the highest class crime. And thank goodness in Maine, if someone's adjudicated of a juvenile sex offense, they are not required to register with SORNA in Maine. 34 other states would allow and require a child, no matter what the age, if adjudicated of this class of crime, to be a lifetime sex offender in their state. Florida is a great example of that. If my client wanted to visit Florida, he would have to provide notice to Florida just to go to Disney World. That's what we're talking about here. It's this level that the legislature has decided is the worst of the worst. But did the legislature really decide that a child of, say, 13, 10, 5, because they've engaged in a sexual act with a child who's also under that age, even more than 3 years difference, they're the worst of the worst? No, it's adults who abuse children under the age of 14 and 12 who are the worst of the worst. That's why it's classified as Class A. That's why you can be penalized by up to 30 years in prison. That's why you would become an automatic registered sex offender and a whole host of other horribles for adults who were convicted of those crimes. That parade of horribles, however, children under the age of 14 are still exposed to if they're allowed to be prosecuted for this crime. If a child under 14 compels through compulsion a sexual act upon another child, that's still a Class A gross sexual assault. What the proposal that I put forward would do is basically eliminate statutory rape for children. Children are the protected class. They are not the class that we are supposed to be prosecuting for this. you know, in my testimony, and I know Representative Morales knows this, and Representative Warren, and the host of you who have been involved in juvenile issues know this. Children are different. When they are acting out in this sexual way, particularly when they are early pubescent to prepubescent, there's something wrong there. And a criminal justice response is not really the way to go. Typically, they're victims themselves, or there's something else that could be done to intercede. Again, there are other crimes that can be charged. This strict liability age-based crime is problematic for children under the age of 14. They're supposed to be protected, not prosecuted. So that's the proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jane?
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to remind you that you may want to ask DA Collins if he'd like to participate on this issue again, because he has spoken on it and provided you information on it.
Thank you. Mr. Collins?
I'm available to answer questions if you would like. There's a couple things to think about if the section is repealed and there's no criminal justice intervention. It creates kind of a hole of authority. It would fall on Department of Health and Human Services if the victim were a family or a household member. If the person is not a family or household member, let's say a sibling of that other of the offender, then there is no real social services that can come in and provide victim services. Even within the Department of Health and Human Services, there's no obligation on the department to perform victim impact studies or to deal with the victim impact on that. So I would urge the legislature to be careful about just taking that section out completely, because I think there are unintended consequences that will happen that will place individuals, young individuals, at risk. And I can answer questions about Mr. Fulton directly if you'd like. That was an Aroostook County case. We can also talk about different alternatives, but bottom line is I don't know that the criminal statute is the best place to make the amendment for a juvenile justice concern. It seems to me that it should be taken up within the juvenile structure of the juvenile code and look at whether there's a limitation of jurisdiction based on the age of the offender. Again, some of those same collateral consequences could occur if the juvenile code loses jurisdiction for individuals who are 12 years or younger. A lot of what we do in juvenile justice is intervention. It is prosecution is kind of the tool in which we start a case and get juvenile services involved. But the goal is not often not to punish or to create lifelong impediments for juveniles. In Mr. Fulton's case, there was a successful post-conviction review, and Mr. Fulton pled to a lesser included misdemeanor, and the felony was ultimately dismissed as a result of the post-conviction review. So Mr. Fulton is not on that list. Mr. Fulton also would not have been captured by the proposed change of a 3-year age limit. Other considerations, as I was thinking, we might want to change the class of the offense. If the juvenile, excuse me, is within a certain age of the victim, perhaps the class becomes 1 class lower or 2 classes lower, so that we're looking at about a felony level class C as in Charles offense, as opposed to a class A offense. A lot of times I can also tell in my experience with cases that come to our attention because of the initial age of the victim, even if coercion is a component of that particular offense, I don't know that Mr. Fulton would have been benefited by being prosecuted as a compulsion case. I can also state in one of the cases we had where individuals were relatively close in age, they were not family or household members. The offender was charged with a compulsion charge as a juvenile and asked for a conviction based under the statute that is under question here today as essentially a lesser included for more of a strict liability, because what person wants to be known as a person who is engaged in a compelled rape. And so those are things that I would raise as issues and concerns, and I can answer questions to those, but it just seems like this isn't an appropriate vehicle to reach the goals that Representative Morales and the committee may be looking for.
Thank you. I have Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the way of our procedure, let's not in the future, because somebody's in the room, ask to hear from them. If a committee member has a question, you can ask. And Jane, what I'm saying specifically is what you just said was kind of, well, we're hearing from Ms. Nedow, we should also hear from DA Collins. I'm trying to not be rude, but that's not your role. If a legislator has a question, they are welcome to ask someone to testify. This isn't a work session. If we just let everybody retestify, we will never get through this bill. So I think that's really important for us to follow the proper procedure. And we could find ourselves in a real rabbit hole if we don't follow proper procedure. Additionally, this bill, Mr. Pelletier, is actually 7 bills. So it's tough. I just have to say, if we can in the future, please try. You know, I'm sitting here going, what is wrong with us? Because I feel like we've got to table this again. And I think the reason is it's actually 7 pieces of pretty big legislation. Maybe some are a little bit smaller, but with all due respect, DA Collins, it might be the intention that the criminal justice system doesn't ever lead, you know, juveniles into a world of negative consequence, but we know that that's the case. So just that one piece itself is a large policy decision. You know, I say to folks I work with all the time, Mr. Pelletier, yeah, you can put a big bill together. It might be a lot to love, but you might also create something that's got a lot to hate. And there's just so many pieces here that I feel concerned about that. So I'm sorry to go on and on, but I think those things are important to our process. I agree with Lois on a lot of the parts, I agree with Representative Reckitt on a lot of the parts that she brought forward. I'm also opposed to Part A. I also defer to Representative Morales on Part B, but I've come to the point where I support what Ms. Nedow brought forward as an amendment, and I'm sorry, I may be on the wrong part. Nope, I'm on the right part. Part B. Part C, I do understand that that's, you know, getting us consistent with VAWA, and I support that part. I'm with other people, what they've said about the other portions. I want to go back to the final part, which is it's not even on the bill because it's a bill with all of those parts, but there's also an amended part. So it's actually 8 bills in one. Now we have the implied consent piece added to it. And I just need your help on this, Mr. Pelletier, and maybe this is a part where I actually need help of someone else on the committee, which I think it's also important for us to remember that as committee members. One of the things that's happening here is a committee member asks a question, and then there's another committee member answering it. That is also not our role. If I ask a question of Mr. Pelletier, please do not another committee member answer my question. That's not who I've asked. And it's not.
Representative Warren, do you have a question?
I
or
do,
you want
Madam
to make
Chair.
a motion?
I do,
to
and I'm going to
table?
get to the question right now. But I do think it's important that we stick to what the actual rules are. So here's my question. Mr. Pelletier, how can we, and again, if somebody understood it, and it sounds like Representative Costain understands it better than I do in this case. So I was saying, in this case, if you think you have language that would help me, I welcome you to answer. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not understanding this part in how we can say the Constitution says that you can refuse, but if you refuse, we can still take your license away for a year. And again, I'm struggling, is what I'm saying. I'm not asking for an opinion, I'm struggling. And let me give you the example of that I would use. I get to stand at my door and say, no, you may not come in. Please go get a warrant. I get to refuse entry into my home. The way that I understand why this is not constitutional is that a person also gets to say, you have to get a warrant to get my blood. What's the difference between, like, I wouldn't get a sanction, I don't think, and maybe I would if I say to a law enforcement officer, you can't come in my house. Maybe that's where my lack of understanding is. So I hope I've made my question clear. And
okay, so in this case, the question about the warrant and the blood test has some bearing on this case, but not completely, because in the general law is that for a search you need a warrant or you need exigent circumstances. Okay, but and sometimes the U.S. Supreme Court has said sometimes exigent circumstances exist in an OUI type of situation, but that's not the case that the Weddell case was. The Weddell case was a driver who was unconscious, and the statute that it said, not only did it say you don't need a warrant, but it said you can require the test even if you don't have probable cause. If after the fact you get probable cause. So so the first predicate for a search is probable cause. And once you have probable cause, you can search with a warrant, and then there are exceptions to the warrant. One of them is exigent circumstances. So what our proposal is it repeals a law that says you can require the test without probable cause. Okay? It doesn't get on the question of warrant for a blood test because of that intrusion. But on the other hand, we have a regular implied consent statute that says if you refuse, if you refuse a test, whether or not there's a fatal accident, if you refuse a test, the state can suspend your license. Now, some states did it differently. And it said, if you refuse a test, you're guilty of a crime. The US Supreme Court said that is unconstitutional. But there's language, they haven't decided that a license suspension is unconstitutional for a refusal. And in the implied consent statute, you can't be suspended unless there was probable cause to believe that you were driving impaired. So with respect to the suspension part of it, our recommendation maintains the requirement that probable cause exists that you were impaired. And it adds, it adds the probable cause requirement that there's a fatality. So you need probable cause both of impaired operation and probable cause of a fatality. And the US Supreme Court has said you can't be charged with a crime for refusing a test, but they have not said you can't have your license suspended. And they specifically said, we're not looking at license suspensions, we're talking about crimes. So the suspension portion has the protections that currently apply to in non-fatal cases. That's why we put it in the generic implied consent statute. So everything that applies to non-fatal cases will also apply to a fatal case, except the suspension is 3 months longer. But there has to be probable cause, and there's no U.S. Supreme Court that has said the administrative suspension of the license for a refusal is unconstitutional. As far as we know at this point, that remains constitutional. So I hope I answered your question.
You did, thank you.
Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If she's all set, I'll not tell her my comments. Thank you.
We can talk later.
I would like to make a comment to something Representative Warren said. You are very correct on a number of can do's, should do's, would do's. However, I want to make a comment that I appreciated when Ms. Nato was recognized, and given her background, her experience, I followed her very closely and learned a lot and appreciated, as I always do when Ms. Nato makes a presentation. I also recognize that Mr. Collins was here, and he has been involved in many of the, last year, many of the proposals, comments, and he represents the prosecutors. So not to have to defend Ms. Overton, she doesn't need any defending, but before I recognized her, I had my hand ready to ask for Mr. Collins to speak. I think it's imperative that we have a balanced approach in all our discussions, and I wish to hear his viewpoint also. So I just wanted to make that comment, but I also thank you, Representative Warren. You do remind me, and you do it well, that I have more of a freestyle in letting people have their say, and I will, I thank you again. So there was a suggestion that, and it is, these are very difficult. I mean, you could take my previous bill and this one and make a couple, about 10 very good bills that need discussion and that may have gone to a different committee also.
Suggestion.
So what I would like is I could entertain a motion, if so be it, to table this. There's a meeting of CLAC on Friday. I'm sure, Mr. Pelletier, this would probably be, do you think, on your agenda for Friday?
Well, I haven't heard any specific questions for CLAC. I've heard different views. Not everyone is in support of, but okay. Unlike A and D, where I thought there was some ambiguity about our position, and I thought it'd be useful to clarify, we set forth our position, and it's up to you folks whether you're going to accept it or not, or change it. So I did not see the need to revisit these proposals, but if there's a specific request, we'll be glad to.
Well, I'll ask what kind of a motion that anyone wishes to make at this juncture. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a request that CLAC revisit it like I did with the other one, but I'm not sure that I'm prepared to vote on, and I'm sorry to say that, but I really don't feel quite ready to vote on all of these different provisions yet. I need to read the new stuff we got. Probably I should have done more homework over the weekend. But there's a lot here.
Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. would it be appropriate to basically send this back to CLAC to break it out into the different bills so that we can deal with each section separately rather than trying to deal with it as a whole, because there are so many different areas on this. And I just think that it makes it confusing for, especially for those of us that are new doing this, but also I think for the public in general, when you're looking at so many different areas, because there's some we like, some we don't. But if we broke it out and maybe send it back to CLEC and have it, if it's important enough to them, then bring it back through the Ledge Council in separate bills. Thank you.
Someone wish to answer Ms. Renecki? I think it is on our court right now, and we'll just move forward. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hear Mr. Pelletier respond. I mean, it's a reasonable question, and I think, unless I'm wrong. Sorry, Senator?
I'd be happy to respond. The only concern I have is that these provisions, these recommendations were previously put forward, and because of the pandemic and other things, nothing has happened. And our statute says we can submit legislation at the beginning of the session. So we don't have a vehicle right now to, well, we don't have automatic entry. There was reference to the Legislative Council. We haven't done that, and my understanding is that's sort of up to the sponsor. So, if what you're saying is we're not going to consider these proposals as separate bills, then we'll go back. I would go back to the group and say, do we want to find sponsors and put it before the Legislative Council and do all that, or are we going to wait till next fall? That's what the group would look at. If that's your pleasure, I'll put it to them.
I didn't hear Representative Rudnicki say it that strongly. I just felt like she asked a question that deserved an answer. And it's helpful to me, Mr. Pelletier. I couldn't remember if you did have authority in CLAC to put bills in at any time like some other, but I understand what you're saying. You would have to go through that whole process. So I personally don't think that's fair either. I'm not saying we can't get through this bill. I just feel like one work session might not be enough for this bill, is where I was.
Excuse me. I have Representative Pickett, Representative Morales, and Senator Seaway.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, when it comes to this bill or any of these bills that have multiple parts to them, I would rather do something well and do it right the first time than do it and end up back and having to make changes at it at another time in another legislature for just the fact that we didn't do it right the first time. So I guess my opinion would be, Madam Chair, that if we were going to do anything with this, there's two options, as I see it. One is we could take the bill and take all the pieces that we agree with as a committee and pass the bill with those and not pass the other portions that we can't agree with. Or if we're not going to be able to do that, if that may be procedurally, that maybe that may not even be able to be done. I think there probably is a way we could do that, however. But if we are going to take the bill as a whole right now as it is, I think I tend to agree with Representative Warren in the fact that there are some issues here that are rather difficult to wrap your head around, and especially when we get new material in on the day of the work session and stuff, and we haven't had a chance to really digest it and stuff like that. That being said, we also are tabling a lot of bills, and we got a lot of bills coming too. So we got all that mess to work out and you as the Senate chair and Representative Warren as the House chair, and the scheduling and stuff has to take place. There's a whole lot of concerns there, but that's the only two options I see for this bill right at the moment.
Why don't you just table it?
Representative Morales, followed by
Why don't you just,
Senator Searway, Representative Reckett.
I agree, and I'll put a motion on the table to table.
Okay.
Second,
I saw a lot of smiles anyways, but anybody?
I'd second it.
Okay, all right, it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Fahey, thank you.
Was that seconded by Searway?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please turn your video on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
yes,
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent, Senator Lawrence is absent, Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 11 yes and 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nato and Mr. Pelletier. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, Mr. Collins, thank you. Thank you. It is. Sorry. It is now one. Having trouble. Okay. It's now one. Why am I having? Oh, Mr. Pickett. Thank you. Thanks. It is 1:05. Would we want to come back at 1:30? Let's see what we have here. We have, the next one's LD 13, which will be very quick. 58 and 180 and a couple amendment reviews. 145, it's been a long day already, so 145, we shall return. Thank you. Welcome. We are back. Now we're doing LD 13. Everybody can hear me okay? All right, great. So this is a new group. And I am Senator DeChambeau. This is the main Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. And it is now 1:50. Our afternoon agenda has 3 more bills and 2 amendment reviews. Do we have Ms. Yes, I see that she's on, I guess. Good. Hi, welcome. So we shall begin. It's hard just listening to myself talking here. The first bill we have before us is LD 13, an act to coordinate the delivery of individuals committed to the Department of Corrections. And Ms. Overton, is there something you want to say before I make a comment on this bill? Oh, wow, put my mask back on. Gee. You won't believe this. I have my cords in my mask. Oh, gosh. Oh, all right. Frankly, people, it's easier when you're home. Okay. So I will be able to bring you up to speed, hopefully, on LD 13. We did have a hearing with Commissioner Liberty and testimony. As a result of that hearing, and I believe it was Representative Pickett, asked the simple question, rather than a statute, suggesting that the commissioner continue speaking with the Sheriff's Association, work out some agreement so there would not be a need for this. I've heard from the commissioner, and at his request, he said that he has been doing that and he will continue. So I would entertain a motion. There is no need at the request of the commissioner for this bill, but it's gone through the steps, so we have to dispose of it. So if there's anybody who wishes to make a motion. I see Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ought not to pass.
I'll second it.
Are there any questions? I should have asked before if anybody, but we have a motion on the floor. Representative Pickett, you still have your hand up? Okay, thank you. Ms. Fahey, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. I didn't catch who seconded that.
Who said?
Representative Costain did.
Thank you. Would everyone please turn your cameras on and your mics on for a roll call vote? Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is not in the room. Representative Lookner. Not back yet. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 3 absent.
Thank you.
The next bill we have, someone has their mic. The next bill we have before us is LD 58, an act to improve information sharing by the criminal justice agencies with government agencies responsible for investigating child or adult abuse. Ms. Overton, I'll turn it to you, please.
Okay. This bill is sponsored by Representative Harnett, and you just received some information in favor of the bill from the Child Welfare Ombudsman. From
Jane,
Christie.
excuse me, I did not recognize, or I did not see the hand of Representative Warren.
Sure.
That's okay. Jane can proceed. I'll give you the update I have after. Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to alert you to the fact that you got a letter and a long report from the Child Welfare Ombudsman, Christine Alberry, that just came in around noon.
Mhm. Is that it?
That's up.
Okay. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an update. We have been working quite the ice in the ice maker just dropped, which was a cause for serious alarm in my house. We've been working on this bill. Representative Morales and myself have met with Dr. Landry from the Office of Child and Family Services and Molly Bogart from Health and Human Services. We then scheduled and had a meeting last week with Chris Parr from the Department of Public Safety, and also the director, I can't remember what her actual term is, but sort of the director in the Department of Health and Human Services responsible for child welfare, and the deputy director, Representative Morales, was with me. We did those meetings together, and I've also spoken with Representative Harnett, the sponsor. I think we are close to an amendment that the entire committee will be able to get behind, and the sponsor is behind that that goal of a unanimous vote, a bill that comes out and goes under the hammer. I think we are going to be able to achieve that. So I'm not going to make the motion because I've said so much. But if someone, and if people have questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. But if somebody wanted to make a tabling motion, we'd sure appreciate the opportunity to work on this bill a little bit more.
Excuse me, Representative, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it'd be great to have a unanimous vote, so I will table it for now, or at least make a motion to table.
Second?
Second.
Second by Representative Pickett. Thank you, Ms. Bates.
Cameras on and mics on, unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner. Not in the room. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
She just stepped out.
Representative Newman.
Yep.
Representative Pluker is absent. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 8 yes and 5 absent.
Thank you. We are now up to LD 180, an act to amend the storage requirements for consumer fireworks.
Ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Wait a minute, I have a raised hand. Representative Rickett.
Thank you. Have I unmuted? No. I would like, if possible, and I haven't spoken to him, so I feel like I'm springing this on him, and I don't mean it to feel that way. But because we have a firefighter on this, or a fire person on this committee, I'd like to know what Representative Newman thinks about this bill and this situation, because that would help guide me for my own opinions.
All right, well, we'll listen after we could call on Representative Newman if he wishes to make a comment, but we will let Jane continue with her analysis.
okay, the committee worked this bill before on February 17th. And I think that the committee was asking Rich McCarthy from the Fire Marshal's office to work with some of the interested parties on this bill. You did get this morning an email from me forwarding Rich McCarthy's email to you, containing outlines for the basic requirements for consumer fireworks storage, and another one on the storage of consumer fireworks from the American Pyrotechnics Association. And you also got a separate email from me forwarding to you the information from the attorney for the interested parties in this case. The attorney's name is John Pottle. So it comes through from me as an email from John Pottle. And they are proposing an amendment to the language of the bill. I have not had time to read that, but perhaps some of those people are here.
All right.
That's all I have for you.
Anyone have any questions for Jane? Not? There are 9 people in the attendees room. All right. Is there someone you wish to call in if you have a specific questions with the people who are available to answer any of your questions?
Senator, I'm just taking a second to read this, which I hadn't seen before now, so that's my silence. I just need to read it for a second.
Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm also reading through that. But I also missed the hearing on this bill. So I'd love to hear from Rich McCarthy in terms of where they've gotten together, working with stakeholders on their efforts so far.
Thank you. I will give a few moments for all of you to be acquainted with that, the letters or the emails we received this morning. Everybody need more time? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Overton. I just found it myself. All right. Representative Morales, you had a question directed to Mr. McCarthy, asking Mr. McCarthy, since our public hearing, what he can do or tell us to update what has happened since then. Welcome, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. So at the last hearing or the work session, as you know, this is brought about by a court case where we were required by the court to provide a license or a permit for storage of consumer fireworks. And we had proposed the use of NFPA 1124, which is a national standard for the storage of fireworks. There was a lot of discussion over distances, and we were asked to work. I was asked to work with the interested parties. So Mr. Pottle and I have had a number of discussions, and the discussion was on whether the distances that were originally proposed by Mr. Pottle were reasonable, and those were actually pulled out of a standard that covers high explosives, not consumer fireworks. And so the last piece that was the discussion, I think Mr. Pottle and I both agreed that the use of 1124 makes the most sense. We would have to use the 2006 version because NFPA actually removed consumer fireworks storage out of the subsequent versions. So we would use the 2006. There were a number of questions that were posed at the hearing. Number one, I believe it was either Representative Lookner or Pluker were asking about ammonium nitrate. So what I did is I polled, thank you to the several folks from the fireworks industry. They sent me all of their products, what was in them. Absolutely no ammonium nitrate anymore. You might have a small amount of ammonium perchlorate for color and things such as that, but no more ammonium nitrate. So the big question is, if you have a consumer fireworks storage facility, how far does it need to be from other buildings? And also within 1124, there is a section that says you can't use a consumer fireworks storage facility for residential purposes. It also cannot be in a residential area. The problem is there is, and this is really the sticking point, is there is no definition in the code for residential areas, so we defer to local zoning. And so that is where Mr. Pottle had it within you received a copy where he tries to, describes what they believe would be considered residential area. After speaking to Commissioner Sawchuk and Fire Marshal Thomas, we can't support this because there's no code, it's arbitrary numbers. I mean, and that's basically it. We can't support that. We would go with something in the code. Code basically says you need to be 60 feet from another building, because the secondary piece of information actually comes from the information is a one page, and it says storage consumer fireworks. Basically, ATF has done testing, and what happens with consumer fireworks is they burn about the same as any other combustible material, boxes, paper, and it wouldn't be an explosive or a conflagration such as a high explosive. So the distances don't need to be as great as if you were storing, say, dynamite, blasting caps, things such as that. So that really is where we are. I believe Representative Newman had also given a bit of concern about if you were to put one of these in a wooded area, that on the firefighting side, would we have an issue? We already have that addressed in NFPA 1. NFPA 1 requires any sort of combustible vegetation to be 25 feet from any building. And as the hazard goes up, if it's considered by the authority having jurisdiction to be a higher hazard, they have the right to make that a larger area. And most are going to have greater than that anyway, because you need to have fire department access to any new building. And that fire department access is being able to get trucks and firefighters and equipment around a building. So really, we are at a spot where I think 1124 makes the most sense. And I know Mr. Pottle and his client are looking to define residential. And as I said, our office, we can't get behind that because there's no science to this. And we would leave it up to the local municipality, and we would follow their requirements on zoning. So if the town of Saco says that it's residential, it's residential. If they say it's whatever they say it is, we would follow their lead.
Any questions for Mr. McCarthy? I have Representative Costain, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McCarthy, have you talked to all the stakeholders in reference to this proposed bill?
We have been discussing it with those that were involved at the public hearing and those who, the Pottles and other retail consumer fireworks folks, yes.
Follow up, ma'am. Have you spoken to Dan Pearl?
Yes.
I understand that he owns several Phantom fireworks throughout the state. My understanding is he hasn't been contacted about this latest amendment.
But the latest amendment came in late last week, so we haven't. It was between Mr. Pottle and myself, and we after I spoke to the fire marshal and he said we would not support it. Then honestly, this hearing today sort of caught us all by surprise. We were still working.
Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. That was my question around, how do we normally regulate fireworks, consumer fireworks? And I guess what you're saying today is that we don't really regulate them, but we could adopt this 2006 NFPA. But have we already adopted it? I guess is my question. I'm sorry, I'm going about this a little wrong, but have we already adopted that NFPA?
We've adopted part of it for the sales, not for the storage. When the original language came out, it gave us the right to permit for sales and storage at that location, but not remote storage. So we have really two things. Is we use currently you use NFPA 495 for display fireworks. Those are the ones that would be used by the professionals, but we did not have the licensing or the permitting for the consumer fireworks in an off-site location, which is why we're here today.
Okay. So if we were just to sort of think this through, if the state were to adopt this 2006 NFPA that deals with the storage piece of it, that would then be the policy of the state moving forward, right?
That is correct.
And so that would also supersede, for example, what if an ordinance had a distance of greater than 60 feet from another building, or would that supersede that ordinance, or could a city or town put in place some policy that went above and beyond the NFPA?
A city or town can always be more restrictive than the NFPA. They just can't be less restrictive.
Okay, so this is
So
the minimum. I'm sorry.
This sets the minimum, and this is at a national standard. If the town wants to put in whatever number they wish to put in, they could.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't seem to have their latest amendments. Try to look through my email. Do you have it, Mr. McCarthy, or is there some way that we can take a look at what they're put forward, the most latest proposal?
Let's see now. Ms. Orbiton, do you want to share screen, or I think I can pull it up and share screen if you wish, or I don't know if I have permission.
Do you have that, Ms. Orbiton, or? Okay, yes, Mr. McCarthy, if you have that, please. Everybody's having trouble today.
Oh, hopefully you've got it right there.
There we go.
So this is the section that Mr. Pottle had proposed, and that is basically defining residential area because it is not defined in the code. So basically, he put in shall not be located in a residential area for the purposes section of residential area is a geographic area in which housing is a predominant use or activity as opposed to commercial, industrial, agricultural, natural resources. Residential area shall include, not limited to, geographic area predominated by housing that has 10 or more residences within 1,320 horizontal feet of the building used for consumer fireworks storage. So basically, they are defining residential area as having 10 or more houses within 1,320 feet. And then the second one is a building used for consumer fireworks is not on the same site as a consumer fireworks store, shall be more than 100 feet from any road, public or private, that is open to the public. So they're putting two additional pieces into what we had proposed.
Say that, Mr. McCarthy, say that last sentence again that you just.
These are the two proposals that Mr. Pottle had proposed to me last week. That our office we can't support because it's not part of a code. It's not part of a national code. It's arbitrary numbers.
Yeah.
But that is up. It's up to the committee.
Have you spoken with Mr. Perkins, the sponsor?
I have not had a chance to speak to Mr. Perkins after speaking to the fire marshal and the commissioner, no.
I see Representative Costain, you still have your hand up? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McCarthy, again, I asked you before, do you feel this bill has appropriately been talked over with the stakeholders, or do you think you need more time on it?
Honestly, I don't think our office is going to, we're not going to be amenable to the part that the Mr. Pottle has put in, but I'm sure we could reach out to Mr. Pert and those other folks that I just haven't had time to do, and we could at least get their input on it as well.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's always some inherent danger when there's a lawsuit happening and they bring it to the legislature, first off, or a lawsuit has happened or will happen or whatever. I worry that whatever fix we're gonna sort of conjure up here might fix this little, experience happening, but then we're ignoring all of our other constituents who may have similar situations or be faced with similar situations in the future. So I have a question for you, Mr. McCarthy, and then I may have a motion depending on what your answer is, so no pressure. So, Mr. McCarthy, do we have a statewide policy regulating the storage of consumer fireworks?
We do not.
And does it make sense to the members of this committee that we should probably have a statewide policy regulating the storage of consumer fireworks, whereby it goes through a rulemaking process where all Mainers can weigh in, so that it isn't just one thing in Wiscasset or one thing in Saco or wherever we're actually talking about?
Representative, we would be going through the rulemaking process for the adoption of 1124. Currently, my statutory power does not allow me to issue a permit for storage, just for sales and storage. So if you're not selling from a facility, I really don't have jurisdiction. That was the original intent, is for us to get the right to actually permit or license a remote facility storing consumer fireworks. And it would be going through the rulemaking process, standard rulemaking process for the adoption of 1124.
Okay, you may have lost me a little bit there, but I'm trying. So let's say we were to turn this bill into a resolve directing you to accept 1124, the state. Does that get you where you need to be?
I can adopt 1124 at any time, because under our powers of the commissioner, we can adopt a fire safety regulation that would that has done that, but that's not it's going to not give me the ability to permit.
Mr. McCarthy, may I ask you another question?
Certainly.
What do you need in order to regulate consumer fireworks in our state?
I need the right to permit a consumer fireworks storage facility that is not at the same location as the sales license.
I see, because what you were saying was you already can do it if it's on the same property.
Correct.
I understand. Thank you for that. Took me a little bit, but I finally caught up with you. I'd love to hear from other committee members. I just want us to be really careful about not doing a solution that's just for one.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
No, all good.
Representative Reckitt, that's who I was just gonna recognize.
I think my question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My only concern with this is, obviously, is still the distances that I've brought up, but I don't think we're going to be able to change that with this, what's been brought forth from the fire marshal's office. I'm thinking that we're going to have to let the individual towns start coming up with regulations. And would that be just, Mr. McCarthy? Would that be the best way of just letting the towns try to dictate what the distances are going to be?
Well, when we need to set at least a bare minimum. We need to have a minimum for safety. And then if a town, such as the consumer fireworks sales license. So I have the ability to license a person to sell consumer fireworks. But if the municipality chooses to not have a consumer fireworks retailer in their town, they can't. They can not allow it. So there are many towns that do not allow consumer fireworks sales within their town. And a town would be able to do that with these distances. So if we set the distance at the state, at the level of 1124, and Representative Newman, I know you're from where you are, if Belgrade decided to make that 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet, that would be entirely up to the town, and that would be fine.
Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree with Representative Warren. I'm not convinced that all the stakeholders have had the opportunity to weigh into this, and I feel like we're trying to make a rule on one set of people and not the best for the whole state. So I don't know if we go back to a public hearing, if we have a rule, the fire marshal's office does a rule on it, or what we do. But I feel like people are being shorthanded here and not have the opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Representative Morales?
Yeah, just adding on to Representative Costain and Representative Warren, what if we turned this act into a resolve, like Representative Warren was saying, where the fire marshal's office would work with stakeholders over this year to determine a policy, whether that be the NFPA policy or, you know, something additional. The state has the authority to do that. And then to come back if they need to next year with a bill after having done that work with the community, with all the communities.
Do you wish a response from Mr. McCarthy? Is that what?
Well, I'm actually posing it to more of the committee members.
Okay, good.
If that's something folks would be interested in.
I have, Mr. Costain, do you still have your hand up or no? Okay. And Mr. Pickett, Representative Pickett and Representative Rickett. Are you still with your hand up? Okay. So Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing everybody and listening to everybody, and the fact that it's pretty obvious that we're not at a place where we feel comfortable with the bill right at the moment, then I would make a motion to turn this bill into a resolve, just like Representative Morales said, so that it can be brought back to us next session.
I'm
I'll
gonna
second that motion.
Oops. Who's got there? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it was moved and seconded. Thank you. I'm, I guess, in support of that. You know, many of us have been on town council, city council, selectmen, and what have you. If this was an issue brought to myself sitting there, first thing I would have asked is, what is the state's ruling on this? What are their positions on that. But as we all are, I think we're all supporters of home rule. We understand that. But it just seems lacking on the state's part that we haven't addressed this and made this somewhat more concrete. So having said that, if there aren't any other comments, Representative Morales, since, well, you brought up the issue, I would direct my question to Representative Pickett. Is there a date certain you would like this report to come back? Maybe this fall or something?
I would look to Jane and see if she might suggest a date.
There is a standard date in the guidelines for drafting studies, which would be early November or the 1st of December, but this isn't really a study. So you get to choose. I would suggest the earlier you make it, the more time you have for drafting. But the later you make it, the more time you give people to work together. So you should choose.
Senator DeChambeau, could I get 2 cents in here?
Who is this?
Lois Reckitt.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Ms. Reckitt.
I'm concerned about having a resolve that includes things like the state fire marshal's office should consult with all the stakeholders all over the state. I think there's a whole body of towns and cities that have banned fireworks. Why would they need to be even consulted in this piece? You know, I mean, one of them's Portland, one of them's South Portland, I think Scarborough, I can't remember the numbers, but but the point is, not everybody is a fan of fireworks in their town already. So why would you have to have a survey of where they're going to put the storage facilities for the fireworks that they don't allow in the first place? I mean, I would think that the consultation really needs to happen any place in the state where fireworks are for sale. But if they're not for sale in that jurisdiction, why would you need to check on that? It just doesn't make sense to me. It seems to me that I don't want to make a huge amount of work for the fire marshal that isn't needed. So my question is, why can we not instruct them to craft a regulation based on the most recent NFPR regulations that had fireworks in it, fireworks storage in it, and ask them to put that out or something close to it as a suggested minimum regulation for storage facilities, and have that put out to whoever needs to look at those things.
I have Representative Newman and Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After going through all of this paperwork and listening to Mr. McCarthy and reading all the different testimonies and stuff, I'm fairly comfortable with what the fire marshal's office is putting forward. I'd like to see it more restrictive, but unfortunately, I think it's the towns that are going to have to start making it more restrictive. We do need the basic NFPA wording and stuff that the fire marshal's office has put forward as a base to start with. And then once that happens, I think it can go to the towns, and the towns can decide if they want to make it stricter and basically not allow storage or things like that. So I'm actually in favor of actually voting on the bill the way it is.
The way it is? Okay. I've got Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking, Director McCarthy, he was saying that they just needed they got to work on a rule through the rulemaking to come up with the minimum standards, and then each town could do what they want above and beyond that. But so what if we just drafted a letter strongly recommending from our committee that we have those rules reviewed and come up with the minimum standard? Seems so that'd be the practical way to do it. I don't know. I just thinking maybe that's a thought.
I have Representative Pickett, Representative Warren, and Representative Newman. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the fact that we had our public hearing on this bill back in February 10th, I believe it was, according to my records here. And so we've had a considerable amount of time. We're just getting ready to turn the calendar into April. And there's a lot of work that could have been done on it that maybe hasn't been done for various reasons. But I think what we have to do is, there is a motion on the table that I've made, and I'm not willing to rescind that motion at this time. It can be voted up or down. But I think it's time for us to put this thing out there and let them talk with the people that need to be talked to. The fire marshal's office is not going to have to waste a whole lot of time talking to municipalities that already have ordinances and whatever. That's a matter of just just checking things the way they are now, I would believe. So, to have them have the opportunity, work with the stakeholders, talk with everybody involved, and then report back to us. My only problem with the motion is putting a date to it. So if anyone has a suggestion on a date, maybe Representative Warren or somebody like that, or maybe if Jane would like to actually come up with a date on that, having them to report back to us, I would be more than happy to add that to my motion. Thank you.
Representative Warren, and then Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that what I heard Rich McCarthy say was that he could do rulemaking without this bill. Was I right in hearing that? Was I right, Mr. McCarthy?
You are 100% right. I can do rulemaking, and I can adopt NFPA 1124, all of it that would cover, but it does not give me the statutory right to permit the storage, just the sales and storage.
So you can do all of that and come back with a bill next session, ask the governor to put it in, or a department bill with statutory authority to permit.
Yes, I can. And I think we're still going to have the same concerns because of the distances.
Okay. I can't seem to figure out a solution for this. So what I want to do, and I'll leave it to other people, I'd like us to do an ought not to pass and just kill this bill and move on merrily on our way.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
I know that.
Representative Morales again, and Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I hear from Rich McCarthy and Representative Pickett, I think we need to, if we're going to do anything on this, this resolve or this act gives Rich McCarthy the authority to regulate these off-site, consumer storage facilities for fireworks, and then includes, and I would recommend that we ask him how long he'll need to reach out, and it'll be noticed, so it won't be that he has to reach out to every individual municipality, every individual owner of, fireworks stores and facilities. It'll be noticed. Folks will come to the table, have a discussion. he uses his expertise and his team and they come up with a policy. And I would ask him how long he thinks that would take to put into this. But I think it makes sense to give him the authority to regulate it and then come up with what that policy looks like in the process and then seek approval from the legislature if he needs it. He may not need it. We give the authority to do so. So I'll ask you, Mr. McCarthy, does that sound procedurally right?
If the bill in the original form gave us the authority to permit the consumer fireworks storage facilities, at that point, we would go through the rulemaking process for 1124. And then at that point, we could permit them. And we would permit them at the minimum level of NFPA 1124. And then towns could do what they wished to increase that.
Sounds about right. Does that answer your question, Ms. Morales?
I think so.
Representative
I mean,
Morales?
I didn't get a sense, you were kind of a neither here nor there, Mr. McCarthy. Is that what you would prefer?
Of course, we put this in to give us the right, and as you said, there are different opinions as far as what the distance shall be. I will tell Representative Costain that we did. I actually have inspectors going out to other facilities to make sure that, to see the amendment if it was going to make adverse. If it was adverse to if it was going to affect anybody else. I haven't heard back because of course their schedule is getting out to the other places. But if we had the right to issue the permit, we would go through the rulemaking process, and then it would be up to the towns if they wish to make it any further than us.
Okay. I'd like us to stick with the motion because we'll have to find out. We'll probably forgotten that motion. It's a resolve. And the person who made the motion, Representative Pickett, has his hand up.
Thank you. I hear all the stuff that we're talking about and all of it makes perfect sense. But it also tells me that we got a faction over here that's talking about this, another one over here that's talking about that, and then a third one talking about something else. And we all want the same thing. But I think we are losing sight of the fact of one thing, and that is that the people who brought this bill forward, or a reason for the bill moving forward, they are real people living in real residences, living with situations where they feel uncomfortable because of where consumer fireworks and stuff are stored. So that we need to do something with this bill. We need to do something one way or another. And I think that with all of the talk that we've just heard, that sounds to me like that talk has to be done and brought back in the form of a bill that will give Mr. McCarthy what he needs to do to be able to do the things he just spoke about, and have it there so that we can take that bill, we can look at that, it says what we want it to say, then we can put it through the committee. Because right now, the way it is right now, I can't vote in favor of the bill if we were to do that. So I would call the question on my resolve.
Correct. Thank you. I would ask Ms. Overton, could you let us know what that motion is before we vote?
Okay. I think the motion is to move ought to pass as amended, that the bill become a resolve, authorizing and directing the state fire marshal office to work with a broad group of stakeholders in municipalities that allow freestanding storage facilities, or in which they would be possible, and to bring back legislation next year, but you have not yet given me a date.
Yep. Would you accept November 1st? Anybody have a problem with November 1st? To me, I would also, I didn't raise my hand, but I hope that one of the stakeholders is MMA. So I would think so.
I'm okay with that date, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, is everybody all ready for a vote? Miss Fahey?
Can you please confirm that the second was Representative Rudnicki?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank
Yes.
you. Cameras on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
No.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Luckner,
I,
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Pluker,
yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Jane?
I need to know what the two who oppose that motion, what they would like.
From my perspective, I would say that I feel the bill is unnecessary and could be handled, the issue could be handled in a much more concise way.
In terms of a vote, is that ought not to pass?
Yes, I was not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
On reason I voted no is basically I think you're going to have the fire marshal's office do a lot of work. And since this was their original bill, I think it's going to come back basically with the same bill because it was already the minimum standard that they were trying to put forward.
Should I interpret that as an ought to pass?
Yeah, I would have voted yes for.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Frankly, I don't disagree with Representative Newman. However, there was agreement that the public really hasn't had a chance to weigh in on this. So that's one more step. Representative Pickett, your hand is up and it is down now. Good. Representative Morales?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to chime in that last session. We did this similar thing on MUBEC around adopting, building and construction codes and things like that. So I think this is absolutely within, the power of the legislature and something we've done in the past. So I want to thank Representative Pickett for kind of leading us on that. And I think this is great. Thank you.
And that turned out well. Okay. Thank you. We're moving right along. Ms. Overton, we're doing an amendment review on 28, an act to create an alert system to notify the public when a person with an intellectual or developmental disability is missing. Okay. I'm going home with more paper than I came in with. There.
Yeah.
There we go.
If you could just give me a minute, I'll try to pull up the language review file on this one.
Thank you. Representative Morales, your hand is up.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay. So can you see LD 28 on your, on share screen?
Yes, yep.
Yes, okay. So this is the language review on LD 28, and I'll scroll down through it and show you how I hope I'll put all these together for you when they come up. So the first, it starts with the bill. So we'll scroll through the bill. The bill's unchanged. That's the original bill. Then is the vote sheet that shows the vote, which was 11 in favor of ought to pass as amended and 2 absent. Then is the, what is called the jacket, which is the signature sheet. And that has not been filled out yet because you haven't approved the amendment yet. Then is the proposed amendment. And this is the same, I believe, that we talked about in the last time you worked this bill. And it expands the Silver Alert program. I'm scrolling down a little bit to cover missing endangered persons, which is a person who is believed to be in danger because of the person's age, mental or physical health, or intellectual or developmental disability, because of environmental or weather conditions, or because the person is missing in dangerous, unexplained, involuntary, or suspicious circumstances as been determined by a law enforcement agency. And then in terms of operation of the program, the program is here in one paragraph in Title 25, and it changes the program to allow the program to be used not just for missing senior citizens, but missing endangered persons. And it says that it's available, that rules, the program must include standards of procedure for law enforcement agencies to determine that a missing endangered person, a person is a missing endangered person, to determine information to be released regarding that person or the circumstances of their disappearance. That is the whole amendment. And then in terms of a fiscal note says minor cost increase. The costs associated with training can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources in the Department of Public Safety. So there is no appropriation needed. I'll scroll down further. This is a page that was included twice by mistake because of single and double copying. So it has a big X through it. Sorry. That's all.
Thank you.
Is that all okay?
Yep. Just, I am panelist, okay. Well, obviously, there's been a lot of work done on that, and a good piece of work. Anybody have any questions about?
I don't have any questions, but Jane, you don't need an official vote of us, right? You just need to know if any of us have an issue with the amendment.
Yes, if you had an issue, we would talk about it right now.
Okay, it looks great to me.
Yeah, thank you for that, Representative Warren. That's true. That's why I said there's a lot of work, because I think it touched all the spots we had questions on. So we don't need a motion, do we? Or how do you wish to proceed?
Nope, we're all good. All we need to tell her is we're cool with that one, and then we'll go on to the next
Good,
one.
thank you. That's correct.
Okay.
Ms. Overton, with all the work you put into that, that was approved in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
That's good.
It's like cooking dinner. It takes hours and then it takes about 7 minutes to hoover it.
So I'll give Ms. Overton some time. We're moving on to, while she's getting ready, it's LD 419, an act regarding participation in public work projects by pretrial inmates, and I'm looking forward to hearing this.
Okay, this is Representative Costain's bill, and I'll take you right down. We'll scroll right through it. This is the original bill. Here's the original bill, allowing inmates charged with a crime or awaiting sentence to work in public works, in work projects in the county for charitable organizations. And here is the vote sheet, which shows ought to pass as amended, 2 absent, 10 in favor of ought to pass as amended, and Senator Searway ought to pass as amended in a different version. This is the vote sheet they call the jacket, not yet finished. And there's Senator Searway's for his version. This is the majority amendment, and I always tell that because if I scroll down in the summary, I try to remember to always put into the first sentence, this amendment is a majority report of the committee. So you can see that. So I'll back up. So this allows voluntary participation in public works projects by people who have been sentenced. And they are to be supervised by corrections officers. And that's the original law. And then the new version, 1B, the sheriff in charge of a county jail or the sheriff who shares a regional jail with other counties may permit certain inmates of the jail who are detained at the jail pre-trial or pre-sentence to voluntarily participate in work projects within the jail and on jail property when under supervision and as approved by the sheriff. Okay. Now there's the summary. And here is the fiscal note, which says no fiscal impact, so no appropriation is needed. And then here is the minority amendment, which in subsection 1 is the same. In subsection 2, it says the sheriff in charge of the jail or the sheriff of a county that shares a regional jail with other counties may permit certain inmates of that jail who are detained at the jail pre-trial or pre-sentence to voluntarily participate in work projects within the jail. The difference is within the jail, in the minority report, within the jail or on jail property. I'll show you, we'll go back up. Within the jail or on jail property when under the supervision and as approved by the sheriff. Okay, so the majority report is within the jail or on jail property when under supervision and as approved by the sheriff. And the minority version is it may participate in work projects within the jail and the fiscal, which is no fiscal impact on the minority report, is there. Is that to your liking?
I have a couple of questions. I wasn't here to vote on this. I don't want to rehash it, but before I vote, could you scroll back up to certain inmates or whatever? They're not certain inmates, they're certain now. They've got a definition, right? Okay, right there, including inmates charged with a crime. Well, permit certain inmates of that jail.
This is the original bill.
Yeah, so I want the other
The
one.
language was changed in the both amendments to permit certain inmates on line 22 of that jail who have been sentenced.
Yeah, okay.
On the,
go ahead.
This is the work projects that allows these actually, this set of people can be paid.
Yeah.
And then.
So that's, excuse me, right there. So the ones that are sentenced, quote, paid, we're not talking money, we're talking time off their sentence. Is that the one?
Yes, they can earn time off, yes.
Okay. What about the ones who are pre-sentenced, working inside? Do they get, there's no sentence, so they don't get, quote, paid a day
Correct.
off? Okay, so those are two things. Thank you for that. Then I have a procedural question, and maybe Representative Warren, you may know this also. I did not vote originally. Now I'm looking at the amendment. I was asked this morning to register my vote on 419. May I do this today, given this committee amendment?
You have 2 days after we take the vote to register your vote.
Yeah, I did not. We're looking at the committee amendment. I'm requesting to register my vote.
The only way you'd be able to do that is if we reconsidered our vote, opened it back up, and allowed you to vote, because you missed the 2 days.
Yeah, I know. All right.
So you can ask the committee if you want us to go through that.
If you want my vote.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
All right. So what's that motion? Representative Renecki?
I move that we open this vote to reconsider.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded by Representative Renecki, seconded by Representative Pickett. No discussion. All those in a show of hands, or should I have a roll call? Might as well do a roll call, yes.
I think we'll need a roll call to
Yeah.
revote it. And Jane, can you, whenever you have a second, turn off the screen share?
Sure.
Thank you so much. And Deb, will you be the one, or will Jane be the one to contact our missing members? I don't want to open a vote to revote and then lose people that Representative Costain had before. So I don't care who does it, but I just want to make sure somebody gives those people the opportunity.
It will basically give Senator Lawrence the opportunity to vote again because he missed it and didn't call in his vote. So he'll be the only
Okay.
one.
Oh, good. And Representative Pluker is here. Okay, great. Thank you.
Are we ready then?
Yes.
Everybody please video on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway. I guess he left the room. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Thank you all.
That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. Representative Renicky?
Yes, was that the vote?
There's
We got some people. That was the vote to reconsider. Now we have to vote back the motion.
Right. Now I'm gonna vote again.
Okay. So there's the motion. Yeah, okay. I see Representative Costain.
I'll make a motion, 419 ought to pass,
As amended.
recommended ought to
As
pass,
amended.
as amended.
I'll second that.
You have that, Ms. Fahey? Good. All right.
All right, video on and unmute for a roll call vote.
Jane?
Do you just want to specify which amendment is that? Is that the old majority report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Oh, did we lose her?
Representative Morales. Maybe we'll circle back. Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Sharp,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway. Oh, Senator Searway is absent. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 2 absent.
So just a question, how will Senator Searway know that we just retook a vote? Is somebody going to call him? I want to make sure we're being absolutely fair. Although I'd love for this to be a unanimous vote, everybody knows that, but the reason we have rules, right, is to be fair. So Jane or Deb, who's going to call him?
Representative Pickett, but is now calling him.
Okay, great. Just so there's no doubt of anybody that if we ever reconsider and you're not in the room, we will make sure you know we took a vote. That is a commitment we make to each other. Yeah, Deb.
Just to correct my math, it was 11 yes and 2 absent.
Very good.
And do you want me to call Senator Lawrence?
Yeah, what is the normal protocol? What happens normally when somebody misses a vote?
Nothing.
I email them and let them know what we voted on and tell them they have 2 business days until noon on the second business day to call in their vote to the presiding officers.
Wonderful. If you could do that also with Senator Lawrence, that would be tremendous. Thank you.
Of course.
Would you make reference though to we reconsidered and with this latest amendment so he can look at that?
The amendment hasn't changed.
Yeah, but he's in the same boat as I was. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
And speaking of missed votes, we have 2 representatives who have joined us since we voted on LD 13, and they could vote on that before we closed today.
And could they do that with you, or do they need to do that right now?
They can do that at any time before we end the meeting.
Okay. And that is Representative Luckner, is it?
Sharp, Representatives Sharp and Fluker.
Representative Sharp here?
Yes.
I am.
Okay, good.
And as soon
Someone
as I
check
look up
there. Okay, who's got this?
Would you want to run through what
Yeah.
LD 13 was?
Oh, you're gonna speak. Representative Pickett.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I have tried to reach Senator Searway, and I get a recording on his phone. So I will continue trying, and I will tell him he's got 2 days to cast his vote.
Thank you, Representative. And Deb, the bill that they're needing to vote on is just LD 13, the vote we all wanted to kill, right? It's just we all did an ought not to pass because the DOC asked to withdraw it?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's right now, it's unanimous, ought not to pass with three committee members absent, but we can catch 2 of them now.
I would appreciate, sorry.
No, go ahead, Bill.
I would appreciate the chance to vote ought not to pass as well on LD 13.
Thank you. And Representative Sharp,
Yes,
ought not to pass?
correct.
Thank you.
Senator, if you're speaking, which I think you are, you're on mute.
Sorry, yes. I just want to say that we will see each other all tomorrow and probably Wednesday. And I think we wish each other, and I wish you all a very happy Easter. I was going to say Thanksgiving, but not yet. So have a good weekend, all of you. We all deserve it. Thank you.
Don't wish the year away.